Hey y'all, I'm at I-78. We are back with Wednesday night's coverage of the 2024 Republican National Convention. We are going to start out with, looks like the governor of North Dakota is speaking now. The most anticipated speech of the night will be coming from Vice
Yes,
Presidential
President Trump will make sure that America is
candidate
selling energy to our allies
JD
versus
Vance.
buying it from our adversaries. Innovation has always been the source of American greatness, and President Trump champions innovation over regulation. Last year, over that whole year, my wife Catherine and I traveled all across America. As all of you know, it's rural America that feeds the world, that fuels the world, and defends the world. Small towns with a huge impact, and rural America is Trump country. In North Dakota, we know one thing for sure because we've seen him do it, and that's that the hardest working president in American history is Donald J. Trump. President Trump cares deeply about every American, rig workers, truck drivers, roughnecks, and yes, America's great farmers and ranchers. President Trump cares deeply about you. We know that he'll fight for us, he'll fight for our families, and we know one more thing. He'll let all of you keep driving your gas-powered cars. When President Trump unleashes energy dominance, he will make America affordable again. He will make America strong again. And when President Donald J. Trump and J.D. Vance together, they will make America great again.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome former counselor to President Donald J. Trump, Kellyanne Conway.
Good evening, Patriots. 8 years ago, Donald Trump shocked the system and defied the doubters to become the 45th president of the United States. He didn't want fortune or fame, power and position. He already had all of that. Donald Trump and his family made enormous sacrifices to run and to serve as president. He didn't need to do it. He wanted to do it. My relationship with Mr. Trump was forged under fire in a foxhole in 2016 after he asked me to be his campaign manager. We had no idea that he was making history as the first successful presidential nominee ever to tap a woman to lead a campaign. But that was a natural for Donald J. Trump. He had elevated women in New York real estate decades before when few people would. One morning, I was in an early senior staff meeting in the White House. And as I glanced around the table, something caught my eye. In that meeting were Sarah Huckabee Sanders, Mercedes Schlapp, Brooke Rollins, Ivanka Trump, and me. I soon realized that among us, we have 19 children. At the time, ages 2 through 16. Show me a C-suite in America where 5 working moms of 19 young children could have the highest rank in the company and work alongside the president. In the Trump White House, we lived it. Sure, He saw something in me and the other working moms that perhaps we did not see in ourselves. But more importantly, he sees what's best and what's possible for millions of decent, hardworking Americans. Now, 8 years later, he and his family have made the sacrifice again for him to run and serve as president. Donald Trump could be the envy of former presidents. He's a billionaire who could play golf every day at his own golf courses. He can enjoy a magnificent life with his incredible 5 children, his 10 amazing grandchildren, and that extraordinary, elegant, beautiful, brilliant wife. The former and future First Lady, Melania Trump. He does not need to do this, but we need him to do this. How often do we hear, "I want Trump's policies without Trump's personality"? Well, good luck with that. We don't get those policies without that personality. Taking out al-Baghdadi and Soleimani, ending the ISIS caliphate,
Hey, King, how you
recalibrating
doing?
trade deals, restoring sanity, growth, and fairness in our economy, making our southern border more secure and sovereign, supporting school choice, protecting life, respecting workers, backing our blue, our military, and our border patrol. You get that through strength and toughness. Weakness emboldens our adversaries, enables failure, and empowers evil. The answer to weakness is strength. The antidote to division is unity. And the alternative to failure and incompetence, to Joe Biden and Kamala Harris, is to send them packing and send Donald Trump and J.D. Vance to the White House. If you know someone who is skeptical about the Republican Party or who is cynical about politics, don't dismiss them. Talk to them. We win through addition, not division. In Donald Trump's Republican Party, everyone is welcome. Yes. We have been called deplorable, irredeemable, mega MAGA extremists, and worse. But Donald Trump sees you for who you are. You love your God, you love your family, and you love your country. In 2024, there should be no more hidden, undercover Trump voters. It's time to put that flag on your front porch, that red hat on your head, because we don't cave and we don't cower and we do not capitulate. Instead, we get up, we show up, we stand up, and we speak up. Ladies and gentlemen, this is your movement. This is your moment. And this is the man I know and the president we need for 4 more years. He picks the toughest fights and wins. He has stood by me, and he will always stand up for you. Thank you, God bless you, and God bless the United States of America.
All right, we got to do better than that now.
I would describe Joe Biden as an absolutely horrible commander-in-chief and a danger to every single person wearing the uniform.
We don't have that sense of leadership. We don't have that sense of trust.
I think it's absolutely unforgivable that a commander-in-chief would leave people behind.
The military has been unfortunately demoralized. You've seen the enrollment drop precipitously under this administration. They don't feel like
Damn, he broke out
they
with some
have
vocabulary this
a leader.
evening.
somebody that they can follow.
I do believe this country is less secure with Joe Biden as president.
We're absolutely 100% weaker with Joe Biden as our president.
We are far less secure today under Joe Biden's watch than we've probably ever been.
Our enemies see Joe Biden as a weak president.
Our enemies have taken full advantage of Joe Biden's weakness as commander-in-chief.
The weakness of President Biden has strengthened our enemies. All you have to do is take a look at the border.
Even in America, we're scared. It's not safe to walk our streets here in the United States of America because of President Biden.
Well, I served under every president from Ronald Reagan when I first enlisted all the way through.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Congresswoman Paulina Luna of Florida.
All right, let's see what we get. Welcome, Bill. How you doing?
Thank you. Thank you. I'm Congresswoman Luna, and I represent the great people of Florida. The greatness and strength of America are beacons of hope for countless lives around the world. Our strength ensures our safety and security. My husband and I knew this when we joined the Air Force. But we don't preserve peace and stability by policing the world. We
have to support each other
by
with growing our
involving
TikTok. I have
in
a
every
few, but
foreign
not a lot.
conflict. We preserve peace by commanding the world's respect, a respect that is earned through unparalleled military strength and firm, decisive leadership. Over the past 4 years, the Biden administration has failed to uphold this standard. They have misused our resources in foreign wars contrary to our national interests, and they have eroded the lethality and fighting culture of our armed forces. The leadership that we need, that respects our military and understands the true cost of war, is only found in Donald Trump. He will make America strong again. He will fight for the American warfighter, the American people, and America's interests. Hawks and globalist elites do not sway President Trump. He knows the cost of military action like I do. My husband was shot in combat by terrorists and continued to deploy in the fight against America's enemies. I know the fear and anguish of waiting for news about a loved one in harm's way and the pain of losing friends in combat. President Trump knows what it means to put your life on the line. Our service members and their families make immense sacrifices, and they deserve a president who respects that sacrifice and who would lay down his own life in defense of this great nation. President Trump has demonstrated he's ready to do just that. It is time that we all rise to his stature. The world needs a strong America, and America
I think
needs
you have to
strong
have
leadership.
800
President
subscribers
Trump will
before
provide
you can go
it.
live on TikTok.
Regardless of race, gender, color, or creed, I urge you to vote for Donald Trump and JD Vance on November 5th. It's time to unite America.
November 5th
Thank you,
off, so
Milwaukee.
we
God
will
bless the
be
United States.
streaming
Let's get
all
him
of the
in.
action here on Almondeyez 78, as well as over on the People's Podcast and
Christmas
VJ
Day, we
Israel.
boarded Air Force One
We will keep
in
you up to
complete
date.
and total darkness in the pitch black of night.
Are you doing better than me?
We landed in war-torn Western Iraq. No lights on the runway. There were hundreds of troops packed into a dining hall. They had absolutely no idea that the president and first lady were about to walk into that room. And when they did, it was a sight and a sound and a scene that I hope I never forget. That room absolutely erupted. That was the kind of patriotism President Trump brought back to our country. One of the young soldiers yelled from the back of the room, "Mr. President, I re-enlisted in the military because of you." And without missing a beat, the president said, "And son, I am here because of you."
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Medal of Honor recipient, David Bellavia.
Thank you. In 2019, President Donald Trump awarded me the Medal of Honor for my service in Fallujah during the Iraq War. Thank you. Today, I speak across the country on behalf of our military services, and I ask parents, I look them right in the eye, like I'm looking at you, and I ask them, will you give America your sons and daughters to serve in the greatest force for good this world has ever seen, the United States military? I tell them what I learned when I was in combat. Your sons and daughters will be loved. They'll be our family. And that bond, that commitment is for a lifetime. Their response? Well, it's changed in the last couple of years. Now they say, what about the 13 heroes we lost at Abbey Gate in Afghanistan? Now they say, what about the desperate civilians falling off the transport airplanes? Now they ask, what about the American citizens we left behind for the enemy?
Welcome, Nasdaq. How you doing? Hey,
They say to me,
hey, sweet
under
baby, how you doing?
Biden-Harris, we don't believe you. They no longer see their sacrifice as worthwhile, that their service makes us all better off. Are you better off than you were 4 years ago? I'll tell you what.
You know, somebody scream
We're
no.
all going to answer that question in November. Here's something for you. Let's ask it the other way around. Let's ask, are our enemies
I'm
better
mad.
off than they were
You can't
4
go over there
years
without
ago?
me no more.
Iran and its proxies, Hezbollah, Hamas, the Houthis, China, Russia.
You ain't like skin no
Iran
more.
is richer. Russia is bigger. And China is stronger.
Oh, I need to see if I did.
And their
one more call.
unchecked aggression proves that the answer is a resounding yes. The Biden-Harris foreign policy undermines American security, and watching their administration lose the gains President Donald Trump made overseas not only destroys our morale, it empowers
Draco, I have no
our
idea.
enemies abroad. Under their watch, a record number of American embassies
Welcome, Jaden.
have
How you
been
doing?
forced to evacuate. And military recruitment has plunged, and confidence in the armed forces has reached a 20-year low. Under President Donald Trump, our enemies will know that American power is as decisive as it is overwhelming. And if you provoke the United States of America, we will hurt you.
That's what we doing. We bringing violence
and if
to the
you
table.
threaten citizens of the United States of America, we will hurt you for generations to come, so help me God. Donald Trump is a commander-in-chief that I am confident to tell parents is at the helm. Donald Trump loves America. He too has bled for the nation that he loves. May God bless America. May God bless our Gold Star families. Thank you for what you've given this country. And may God keep President Donald Trump safe and in his hands. May God make America strong. May God make America great again. Join me in voting for Commander-in-Chief Donald J. Trump for President of the United States. Thank you very much.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Afghanistan war veteran, Scott Neal.
Hey, big sis, bestie, how you doing?
Thank you.
Thank you for stopping
Look at all
by.
these great Americans here. Well, good evening, my fellow
You're here ear
Americans.
hustling. Okay.
My name is Scotty Neal, and I'm a proud United States Army Green
You say
Beret
United
veteran.
States.
Thank you. And the most important part is I'm a proud veteran entrepreneur.
Okay.
Almost 23
Yeah,
years
yeah,
ago,
I was on the move.
Al-Qaeda declared war on America September 11th, 2001.
Oh, I see my bestie in the chat.
Weeks later,
Yeah.
Green Berets from the 5th Special Forces
Ooh,
Group
I gotta see you
became
in
the
the-
first
like I talked about
Americans
that
in
friend.
uniform to deploy to Afghanistan, and I was one of them.
It's time for some innovation.
Thank you. Deep in enemy territory, some of us rode on horses. Some of us went further behind the lines to track down
Yes,
the
y'all. Hit the
terrorists
like button,
who killed our
subscribe
fellow
if you have
Americans.
not.
Today they call us the horse soldiers. Thank you.
Right now, these military.
For the next
folks,
17 years, we were on the forefront of this country in Iraq, in Africa. Again and again, we deployed for our fellow Americans.
Now, Tommy, gonna need
Some of us sacrificed our bodies. Some of us sacrificed our lives for the American people. And for me, America was worth it. Thank you. Thank you.
Yeah, we should be about
Now,
30
after
minutes
leaving the
or so
military,
out from here in
I
Vance.
wanted to live the American dream I had been defending. And I wanted to start a business with my friends that I served with.
Okay.
Today, my company's known as American Freedom Distillery, and we make horse soldier bourbon.
Well, I might need to see about that right there.
We are building our forever home in the great Commonwealth of Kentucky.
Oh yeah, y'all get
That's
right. Y'all
The true
get right with
bourbon
the best
comes
of
from
over
in
in
a little
Kentucky.
small town called Somerset.
Y'all
Please
just
come visit
right.
us. All of our ingredients are made here in the United States of America. We ensure we hire veterans. We want to prove
Shout out
that
to
America
folks that
remains the
Yeah,
land
he act like
of
he don't want to come back.
opportunity
See what happens when
for
people
those
go, when they
brave
leave,
enough
when they
to
leave
reach
town
out
without me,
and grab it.
This ain't what's supposed to be happening.
But tragically, almost 3 years ago, my fellow veterans and I recoiled at the bloody anarchy of President Biden's withdrawal from Afghanistan. We saw weakness in chaos. We saw 13 of our brothers and sisters lose their lives. Most of us veterans who served got phone calls for those courageous Afghanistans that we fought with in the mountains as they were pleading with us not to leave them behind. Throughout our careers, we never had regrets about our service. But this moral injury caused many of us to ask, why did we serve if this was the outcome? But despite this dark chapter, I know America is good. We're still the shiny city on the hill that everybody wants to come to. But we need a president with a record of making our country better and not worse. And that's why I'm voting for Donald Trump. Exactly. He encourages patriotic Americans to celebrate the country they love. He supports anyone brave enough to reach out for the American dream and to fight for it. And he's the only candidate in this race who embodies the American determination and decisiveness. Let's make America strong again.
That is the theme for tonight, guys. Make America strong again.
Let's vote for Donald Trump.
We got a lot of content creators stopping by some big dogs.
Thank you. The oppresso liber. God bless America.
Support these content creators. Good content. Y'all store.
Yo, what's wrong, Tucker? What's the problem? Is
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome the next president of the United States, President Donald J. Trump.
He does, man. He's up to now. When he officially accepts the nomination. But you gonna stay over you gonna stay over there with VPN and you can read the comment. But yeah. Thank you, it's best. Y'all appreciate it. Wait, what? He say, dude, he say, I agree with his culture, but I hope he proves me wrong because it's a simple fact. Hard to trust it after being never Trump was true.
Oh, you talking about Vance?
No, I was reading comments in the chat.
Yeah, no, that's what I'm saying. He's talking about Vance.
Yeah, he's talking about Vance.
Oh, okay.
He talked cash money, you remember?
Yeah, I know.
That's that trash.
Well,
Welcome, Michael. Michael says Trump is the only one who can save this country. Sorry, I'm about to y'all talk to her, please. Thank you. Give her a little time, Trump. Give her a little time. She's about to lose it. We're gonna have to go back and listen to Abbott. I actually was listening to him when I was in the car on the way back here to get on with you guys.
Yeah, I got you, Tommy.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Kimberly Guilfoyle.
We appreciate y'all being here, rocking strong with us over the last week.
We really do. We appreciate all of the support.
We appreciate y'all, man. The love has been outstanding. But make sure y'all do one last thing. Hit that
Good
like
evening,
button.
ladies
Hit
and
the
gentlemen.
subscribe button, smash the bell.
Like you, I have spent much of my time the last few days in prayer.
Y'all didn't sketch.
And
Y'all
I
both
know
talked right.
that God has put an armor of protection over Donald Trump.
Why is he sitting looking real?
We are all reminded that love for our nation and the beauty of life itself transcends all hatred and political divisions. I stand before you tonight, more convinced than ever. This is the most important election in our lifetime.
Doesn't somebody say that about every election?
This election will decide the fate
you,
of our great nation.
This really might be the
That
case.
is why we must elect President Donald John Trump.
They do, sis. They do.
This is not just a choice between Republicans and Democrats. This is a choice between safety or chaos, wealth or poverty, national sovereignty or open borders. This election is a choice between Joe Biden's vision for American weakness and Donald Trump's vision of American greatness. Donald Trump will once again make our country strong, safe, and prosperous. He will make America feared by our adversaries and respected by our friends. And most importantly, he will always put America first.
Now that I have to say, he has been consistent with that. He's been consistent with it.
After 4 years of Joe Biden's disastrous America Last agenda, our country is more dangerous, vulnerable, and impoverished than anyone had thought possible. President Trump handed Biden a booming economy and a strong nation. All Joe had to do was leave it alone and take a nap.
Damn. Yeah, all he had to do.
But Joe just couldn't help himself. Joe Biden cannot lead America. He cannot even lead himself off a stage.
Damn. Y'all cold. Y'all, that's cold.
Now
that's
Americans are
right
drowning in inflation. Insanity spreads like a cancer in our schools. We are closer to World War III than any time in my life. And we are facing an unprecedented invasion of millions of illegal aliens across our southern border. Rioters and looters go free.
And how about I just read an article in our local newspaper about some illegals who should have been deported in 2019 that went on a shooting spree over the weekend
millions
and
of
actually
Americans
red
are
rubbed
made
about
to
3
feel
people.
like enemies in our own country. An
That was on
enemy
Bates
for
Ford.
wanting to defend our border.
Yeah,
for
no, that was
not
here.
wanting our children indoctrinated
I
in
missed that
school.
part. I thought it was
For
only
not
about the
wanting
UNC.
to erase our
Yeah,
history.
I pulled up later.
praying
I
to
just read
our
that
God,
before I got off.
saying what we think, and
I saw
fighting
somebody
what
sleeping
we
in a
believe.
tent outside of QT.
It is
today.
no wonder that the
okay.
heroes who stormed the beaches of Normandy and faced down communism sadly say they don't recognize our country anymore. This is not an accident. The powerful elites in the swamp will say anything to crush and destroy the America First movement. But we will never give up, and neither will Donald J. Trump. I know I speak for patriots everywhere when I say we are fed up. We are outraged about sex trafficking and drug trafficking across our southern border. We are fed up with the forever wars. We are done being told by the radical left to sit down, shut up, and obey.
Y'all got
The Democrat vision for America is governed by fear, hatred, and political oppression.
How come the mainstream news is
Our
not discussing
vision is
Senator Bob
defined by our love of our country,
conviction as an agent for
love
a foreign
for our
government?
fellow citizens,
Robbed by
and
Egypt
our
and
love of freedom.
I don't know why he thought he could do what they do. You're not them, sir. What you say, Coach? I cannot stand this two-party system. Why?
In our vision, we will secure the
What's a
southern
better
border
alternative?
and deport the violent criminal aliens once and for all.
So they can start insulting people tonight. I see.
In our vision, America will combat foreign aggressors and ensure our service members are protected, not abandoned as they carry out their dangerous missions abroad. Because we know we can only have peace through strength.
Biden is known throughout the world for being the first president to fall upstairs, not once, but 3 times. The first president to fall off his bike in front of the crowd.
Where freedom of speech is respected and cancel culture is ended.
Now we worried about, the trafficking, but the sound of freedom is shut down by Trump administration at the same time Epstein came into the news.
Biological men.
And she's screeching. Yeah.
Draco, because it doesn't fit in the news narrative right now.
Where struggling cities never put
probably get into it if I was
illegal
Sunday.
aliens above our heroic veterans and brave law enforcement. Where our streets are not ruled by gangs and rioters, but governed by law and order. Where students are free from failing schools and corrupt teachers' unions through universal school choice.
Okay, American muscle. While Trump taking
Where
bullets,
our most sacred institutions are not weaponized against political opponents, but are fair, equal, and just. And where we teach our children to love our country, learn our history,
and Chris Rock and see who they
and
really see,
respect
and had them
our American flag.
Smooth that out, y'all. All right.
I believe in America. I believe in our freedom and liberty. And I believe in Donald John Trump.
Shout out to American Muscle.
And I want Joe Biden, Kamala Harris, and all of the radical Democrats to know this. We will not be bullied into obedience. We will not cower in silence. We will fight for America because we love America.
He said, I believe you sound like an idiot. Wow. Yeah, the hair and the lashes is too much. It's too much.
I stand before you as a working mother, a former prosecutor, a Catholic, and a proud Latina.
That's what's wrong with you. You tried to scrub it off.
I know personally what every American has now seen with their own eyes. I know the measure of the man that stands before us. Donald Trump will never stop fighting for you. So join me in voting for Donald J. Trump for president again.
Oh, wow. I see the
Victory
first
is in our sights.
Okay.
America's future is in our hands. America's destiny is in our control. and America's prosperity is in our hearts and souls. America, this is your moment. Will you stand for President Trump? Rise up! Rise up! Ladies and gentlemen, lovers of liberty and freedom and the American dream, this is our last chance to make America great again. God bless you. God bless President Trump, and may God bless America.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Congressman Michael Waltz of Florida.
Okay, come on.
I am so honored.
Wait a minute, what's going on?
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
Y'all don't have to wait, cause y'all, he ain't coming to tomorrow. Y'all ain't getting nothing.
Hello,
today.
Patriots. I am so honored to stand before you as a 27-year Army veteran and the first Green Beret ever elected to Congress. And I'm joined tonight by my beautiful wife, Julia, who, oh, by the way, has more combat tours than I do.
That ain't work.
But folks, we have deployed all over the Middle East, all over Africa, all over Afghanistan, and I have never in my lifetime seen the world falling apart like it is under Joe Biden. And that's because under President Trump, we had a president who defeated ISIS, broke Iran, stood with Israel, always stood with our allies, made China pay. You didn't see any spy balloons under President Trump, did you?
Oh, Lord.
He deterred Russia. You know what he told Putin? You try anything, and I'll take the tops off the Kremlin. And he didn't dare, did he? He did under Obama, he did under Biden, but not under Donald J. Trump. He diffused North Korea. And importantly, he got our hostages home and didn't pay billions of dollars to get our Americans back.
Yeah, that Brittany Griner shit was.
And here's my favorite part about
shameful.
Donald Trump, the commander-in-chief. He sat across the table from the bureaucrats and the generals and said, if you don't give our troops what they need, you know what he told the generals? You're fired. You're out of here. We're cleaning house.
You know, he loves
Everything
it.
takes
All right.
too long, costs twice as much, and delivers half of what our troops need. And what do we have today? What do we have today with President Biden? What's he focused on? He's focused on pronouns. He's focused on renaming bases. He's focused on DEI. And here's my favorite. He's focused on building electric tanks. Has anybody seen any charging stations in the Middle East for the Biden's electric tanks?
Yeah, that shit, yeah.
And here's what I can tell you straight up in combat. Our enemy's bullets, listen to me, folks, our enemy's bullets could give a damn about black, white, or brown.
Yeah, he wasn't
or
on
about
the other
religion,
night.
or
He
about
wasn't on.
gender, or about anything else. The only colors that matter in the foxhole are the red, white, and blue, baby. That's the only thing that matters. That's the only thing our military should care about. And that's the only thing our fellow soldiers care about. And that's the only thing President Trump cares about. Now, I want to seriously, I want to tell you a
Greco,
story
he sold him up the river for
about
Brittany.
the man, the
You don't
leader,
worry about
the
that.
commander-in-chief, that is
He got
Donald J.
Brittany
Trump.
back.
We all remember Biden's disgraceful withdrawal from Afghanistan, the debacle and the stain on our national conscience that was. The 13 Gold Star families have to relive it every day the ones that lost their sons and daughters that disgraceful day.
Out there, Rob.
Biden won't even take their calls. He calls it an outstanding success. He won't even take a meeting with them. Well, I called President Trump. We talked about it, and he said, Michael, I would love to meet them. Get them up here. Get them up here to Bedminster. He was scheduled, folks, he was scheduled, hear me on this. He was scheduled to spend an hour with them. You know how long he spent? He spent 6 hours with them. He met each one. He listened. He cared. One of the moms kind of leaned over to me and she said, do you think he'll sign a picture of my son? I said, oh, hell yeah, he will. Please ask. He would be happy to. And he spent hours more. And if that wasn't enough, he then has them up to dinner. And at the start of the dinner, he promised them this. When he gets back in the White House, he will release all the tapes, all the videos, all the records, all the emails, and give these families the accountability and the transparency that they deserve and that they will never get from Joe Biden.
Of course it is, right, though? Especially when you've been caught 3 times before in that same country.
And then God bless this man. This is why I love this man so much.
Hi, Moonraker. How are you?
He had them laughing. He had these moms that have been through so much crying. He had them, I love this. We saw DJ Trump in action playing Sinatra, playing Phantom of the Opera. He had these moms dancing with their husbands. 2 of them came up to me afterwards and said, this was the best thing that had happened to them since they had lost their sons. That night with President Trump. Mr. President.
Okay. Yeah, I think we all are. This is definitely
Mr. President, you helped them heal.
Ask questions,
And I will forever, and they will be forever, and America will forever be grateful to you for that.
That's the point of us covering this, for informational purposes. Especially for our Black community.
Patriots, that's the Donald Trump that I've come to know. That's the Donald Trump and the commander-in-chief we all know. That's the Donald Trump the media never wants you to see.
That's good. Thank you.
That is the Donald Trump we must have as commander-in-chief back in the White House this November. We need it. The country needs it. The world needs it, because we will once again have peace through America's strength. God bless you. I salute you. Let's go fight, fight, and let's win.
Little podcast reacts. Make sure we get a link drop for that.
Ladies and gentlemen, please give your solemn attention to the following video presentation honoring our nation's Gold Star families.
I'm Jim McCollum. I'm the father of Marine Lance Corporal Riley James McCollum, and I'm here to speak for him.
My name's Alicia
So
Lopez.
far, the best line
I'm Herman Lopez.
I heard.
We're the parents of our son, Hunter
Still
Lopez,
hurts.
the U.S. Marine stationed in Camp Pendleton, San Diego, California.
Take the gloves
He
off.
passed
Stop
away on
playing.
August 26,
After us,
2021
we
in
won't
Kabul,
hurt you.
Afghanistan.
My name
That's
is Abby
America.
Sanchez,
That's-
and I am the voice for my brother, Corporal Humberto Sanchez. My name is Coro Cruceno, and I am Corporal Humberto Sanchez's mother.
My name is Stephen Nakui. I'm here for my son, Kareem Nakui.
All right, guys. So I'm going to pin.
I'm here today
all of
to give
the
my son a
content
voice.
creators in. Once it's pinned, go ahead and click on it so you
My
can
name is
subscribe to
Cheryl
their
Jules.
channel. And I'll be
I
putting them
am
out every
Sergeant
couple
Nicole
minutes.
G's aunt. She was a U.S. Marine that was killed in the Kabul, Afghanistan withdrawal.
My name is Christy Shamblin.
And I'm here for Sergeant Nicole G., United States Marine, who was killed in the Afghanistan exit.
My name's Kelly Barnett. I'm here to give a voice to my son, my best friend, Staff Sergeant Taylor Hoover.
And my name's Darren Hoover, and I'm here to give voice as well for our son, Staff Sergeant Taylor Hoover.
When we started hearing that the Taliban was moving in, that there wasn't more military being deployed, and that they had decided that the Taliban was our security, that was when I became terrified. They were just kind of left there, hung out to dry.
Breaking news for you from Afghanistan, where there are significant casualties, including some Americans from a...
They had all the families within this large room. The president showed up, and that was, it wasn't what I was expecting.
You know, this guy's sitting across from me on that tarmac, and he keeps looking at his watch.
Biden did not want to be there. I don't know what he wanted to do, but he did not want to be there. He looked at his watch multiple times. I saw it 3 times.
He didn't say anything about Riley. And to this day, he has yet to say those 13 kids' names.
And that makes me so upset because those kids were serving their country. Those kids, they were giving their life for this country. And I always said they were thinking that their commander-in-chief was gonna have their back.
Welcome, Jerry.
Because they were fighting for this country, and that didn't happen.
The administration, the White House, our president has never once mentioned their names, not one of them.
Honestly, I don't feel like Joe Biden cared.
He just had no empathy for us at all.
I do think incompetence played a huge factor in what happened. Bad decision, bad leadership, and it all starts at the top.
Joe Biden should not be leading this country.
There was no point in making that hard deadline August 31st. It was 100% a political stunt.
He let my son down. He let the 13 down. He let the 45 wounded down. He let those 174 civilians down. He let our country down.
And then what it hurts the most is that they could be here.
We fully understand we can't bring back our kids, but there are thousands and thousands more out there that are going to come home the same way if something doesn't change. We're the United States of America. We can do better by our men and women that are risking their lives for this country. We can do better for them than that.
To this day, Joe Biden and Kamala Harris
have never mentioned these fallen soldiers' names. President Trump will never forget them.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome to the stage the Gold Star families of our fallen heroes.
Hello, America. I'm Christy Shamblin. My daughter-in-law, Sergeant Nicole Leanne G. Was a United States Marine, and she was killed at Abbey Gate in Afghanistan, alongside 12 of her brothers and sister in arms. While Joe Biden has refused to recognize their sacrifice, Donald Trump spent 6 hours in Bedminster with us. He allowed us to grieve. He allowed us to remember our heroes. Donald Trump knew all of our children's names. He knew their stories, and he spoke to us in a way that made us feel understood, like he knew our kids. Donald Trump carried the weight for a few hours with me. Yeah. And for the first time since Nicole's death, I felt I wasn't alone in my grief. Thank you. I had expected to meet an arrogant politician. Instead, I met a man who had empathy for us. He was compassionate, and he spent time with us because he knew it would make us feel better. Thank you, President Trump.
I'm Cheryl Jules, Nicole's aunt. Joe Biden said the withdrawal from Afghanistan was an extraordinary success. An extraordinary success. Look at our faces. Look at our pain and our heartbreak. And look at our rage. That was not an extraordinary success. The humiliation of our nation was not an extraordinary success. Joe Biden may have forgotten that our children died, but we have not forgotten. Donald Trump has not forgotten. Joe Biden owes the men and women that served in Afghanistan a debt of gratitude and an apology. Donald Trump loves this country and will never forget the sacrifice and bravery of our service members. Join us in putting him back in the White House.
I'm Alicia Lopez, and this is my husband, Herman. Our son, Corporal Hunter Lopez, whose name Joe Biden has refused to say out loud, was killed on August 26, 2021. He died during Joe Biden's disastrous withdrawal from Afghanistan. Hunter was 22 years old and planned to come home to California after his tour to follow in our footsteps. Herman and I work for the Riverside County Sheriff's Office. And our family has a tradition of service in law enforcement. Hunter was excited to carry it on. Instead, in the nearly 3 years since Hunter's been gone, there has been silence. Silence from that empty space at the dinner table, where Hunter would have joined his brothers and sister and us for family gatherings. And there has been a deafening silence from the Biden and Harris administration. Despite our pleas for answers and accountability, they have pushed us away and tried to silence us. The Biden administration has not owned up to the bad decisions. They have not been transparent about their failures. And their so-called leaders work to protect themselves rather than our sons and daughters who took the oath to defend our country.
Thank you. When Hunter and the other service members' bodies were returned to the U.S. in Dover, Delaware, Joe Biden met the plane. But he made the occasion more about his son, lost to cancer, than our sons and daughters, lost on his watch. Worse than that, he has never said their names out loud. And during last month's debate, he claimed no service members have died during his administration. None. That hurt us all deeply. So Alicia and I are here to say the names of all 13 service members who lost their lives at Abbey Gate. David Espinoza. Nicole G. Taylor Hoover. Ryan C. Knaus. Riley McCollum. Dylan Marola. Kareem Nakui. Dagan Page. Johanny Picardo.
You know, we've been sharing this this convention, and we plan
Humberto
to
Sanchez.
share the Democratic convention because there are some people who are
Jared Schmitz.
and they're trying to make right.
Maxton Sobiak.
It's very disrespectful and childish.
And my
to be all
son,
in the chat
Hunter Lopez.
telling us how you disdain this and you hate this and don't be here. If you don't like what you're seeing, move around. But there are people trying to learn. So rude.
Joe Biden has to go.
Hey, Dan.
He failed the American people. He failed the Afghan people and our military service members. He failed our family, and he failed Hunter. Donald Trump has a proven record of keeping the peace and honoring those in uniform.
Like button. What y'all doing? Anyway, that's what it sounds like to me. And really, you let me know if I can gauge your thought very well. That's what it sounded like when I read it. Hit the like button. Thank you.
All of us on this stage recognize the efforts of Mr. Trump. We know this firsthand. We've experienced it. Whenever we've met with him, he has demonstrated compassion. He has joined us on our mission for answers, and he has given hope to our extended Gold Star family.
Now we have another son serving in the Army. And we do not trust Joe Biden with his life.
Well, if he's in the Army, he signed up.
We have
Apparently
faith
he
that
does.
Donald Trump to lead our military. Please join us in supporting Donald Trump for President and Commander-in-Chief.
While campuses struggle to get control of their students, at UNC Chapel Hill, they are bringing order back. Students restoring the American flag and singing the national anthem.
Protesters began to take down the American flag, and that's when the guys stepped in.
Patriotic fraternity brothers stepped in and said, "Not today, Hamas."
A group of frat brothers defended the American flag from anti-Israel protesters.
I held the Israeli flag, and they held up the American flag while protesters chanted at us, screamed at us. I was told to kill myself about 50 times, called a white supremacist, a fascist.
They protected the flag for an hour. They were pelted with bottles and rocks.
But they stood strong.
I think the most popular college students right now are the ones at UNC.
God bless those UNC frat guys for taking down the Palestinian flag and putting up Old Glory.
Giving us some hope
welfare, that not all college students have gone woke. They should be celebrated for, and what be might more rare is their bravery, their willingness to stand up and exhibit that patriotism and protect America.
All is not lost. In every corner of America, there are many people that love this country.
I'm very proud of these boys and very, very proud that we have parents that are raising good kids like this in our country.
I love America. There are still patriots in this country that actually want to fight and sacrifice themselves for this flag, this country.
It's good to know that there's some patriotic young men out there supporting the flag still out there.
Don't bend the knee to these people.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome country music star Brian Kelly and Anthony McGahee and Praise Motivated Choir.
Granddaddy came back from war with a broken heart and a couple scars. A lot more like him out there never made it home. They ain't gone. And old glory don't ever get old. She's the greatest stories ever been told. You can try, but you can't take it, can't break this American spirit, that red, white, and blue. It's flying for freedom, for me and for you. It's what I believe in, this country I love. That American spirit runs in our blood.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome the fraternity brothers from the University of North Carolina, Chapel Hill, who protected our American flag.
Service members and the brave defenders, the donors and the first responders, the earner stripers and the giving lifers, all running on. American spirit, that red, white, and blue. It's flying for freedom, for me and for you. It's what I believe in, this country I love. The American spirit runs in our blood.
I love Sky.
Every big city and all the small towns, hats come off when the flags come out. Every mom and pop shop, flying and proud. You can't take down American spirit, that red, white, and blue. It's flying for freedom, for me and for you. It's what I believe in, this country I love. The American spirit runs in our blood. Come on. Oh, in every big city, all small towns, come off when the flags come out. Every mom and pop shop, flying and proud. You can't take down the American spirit. Oh, American spirit.
When a mob tried to take down the American flag on our campus, we knew we couldn't let that happen. We stood guard, we held it up, and we did not let it fall. It was all about respect, not just for the cloth, but for everything that the flag stands for. Too many people have sacrificed everything for it. The least we can do was keep it flying. And tonight, we are proud to honor our flag again.
First day that we take back the White House from crooked Joe Biden, worst president in the history of our country.
I believe that we're going to have 4 of the
Look out,
greatest years
the
in the
number
history
is
of our country.
increasing.
I will once and for all secure our elections.
Okay,
We're
if
going
you're
to go
from
to
London,
paper ballots.
you're not black.
We're going to have
Okay.
same-day voting, voter ID.
Not us.
We're going to do it properly. We're going to have good, secure, beautiful elections. We never want what happened in 2020 to happen again. But until then, Republicans must win. And we must use every appropriate tool available to beat the Democrats. They are destroying our country. Whether you vote early, absentee, by mail, or in person, we are going to protect the vote. That's the most important thing we have to do, is protect the vote. Keep your eyes open, because these people want to cheat, and they do cheat. And frankly, it's the only thing they do well. We will make sure your ballot is secure and your voice is heard. Many Republicans like to vote on Election Day, and we must swamp the radical Democrats with massive turnout on Tuesday, November 5th. The way you win is to swamp them. If we swamp them, they can't cheat. It just doesn't work out. But if you can't make it, you need to make a plan, register, and vote any way possible. We got to get your vote. So with your vote, we will win a victory the likes of which no one has ever seen before. We will evict crooked Joe Biden from the White House, and we will take back our country on November 5th, 2024, the most important day in the history of our country. That's what it's going to go down as. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome recent Harvard University graduate, Shabbos Kestenbaum.
Okay.
My name is Shabbos Kestenbaum. I am a proud first-generation American. I am a proud Orthodox Jew. And as of 5 months ago, I am the proud plaintiff suing Harvard University for its failure to combat anti-Semitism.
You were that Harvard. Everybody ain't over there. You're all right.
We could have left this
I
out.
came to Harvard to study religion, the foundation of Western civilization. What I found
You went
was
to
not
Harvard to
theology,
study religion.
but a
Yeah, you
contempt
claim to be an
for
Orthodox
it.
Jew.
My
You should have been
problem with
studying at
Harvard
home, right?
is not its liberalism, but its illiberalism.
You went
Too
to
often,
Harvard.
students at Harvard are taught not how to think, but what to think. I found myself immersed in a culture that is anti-Western, that is anti-American, and that is anti-Semitic.
Shout out to
After
Hector.
October 7th, the world finally saw what I and so many Jewish students across this country experienced almost every day. When I planted 1,200 Israeli and American flags on campus, they were all vandalized within 24
I don't think
hours.
anybody deleted a comment. Is that the same person that said that
I was
last week?
harassed by my peers merely for being a Jew.
No.
And have received countless death threats
I
online.
think it's these trolls just pop in the comments
Students
and say that.
and
We haven't
professors
deleted not one comment.
have openly called for new Hamas-style
Now, sometimes
attacks
because
against
of
the
your
United
speech,
States.
YouTube's algorithm will automatically block you.
And perhaps most damning, when Hamas terrorists butchered
Hi, Taylor.
45
But
American
it's not even
citizens
a-
on October
they know
7th when they took
type
12
something
Americans hostage.
YouTube blocks it,
Harvard
it gives you a message
refused to immediately and unequivocally
underneath what you
condemn this
So
atrocity.
you know for a fact that YouTube is doing that. We can't see it, but
My fellow Americans, the anti-Semitic bigotry, unfortunately,
No.
extends far beyond the universities. Although I once voted for Bernie Sanders, I now recognize that the far left has not only abandoned the Jewish people, but the American people. The Democratic Party, the party I registered to vote for the day I turned 18, has become ideologically poisoned.
I'm sorry. I
And it
don't
is
feel
this
bad for you.
poison, it is this corruption that is infecting far too many young American students. Let's be clear.
In Harvard,
the
on the back
far
of-
left
on the
anti-Semitic
back of his smile
extremism
head.
has no virtue, and the radicalism on our campuses and on our streets has no moral legitimacy.
I don't, yeah, damn.
Sadly, the far left-wing tide of anti-Semitism is rising. But tonight, we fight back. I am proud to support President Trump's policies to expel foreign students who violate our laws, harass our Jewish classmates, and desecrate our freedoms.
He's sitting there like, wait.
Get to know people for
Let's
you.
elect a president who will instill patriotism in our school once again. Let's elect a president who will confront terrorism and its supporters once again. Let's elect a president who recognizes that although Harvard and the Ivy Leagues have long abandoned the United States of America, the Jewish people never will, because Jewish values are American values, and American values are Jewish values. God bless the United States. God bless the land of Israel. God bless.
I'm gonna be quiet.
Return the American hostages in Gaza now.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome the parents of an American hostage held in Gaza, Orna and Ronan Neutra.
Now, how did they get over to Gaza?
Our son, Omer, is an American citizen. For 285 long days and nights, Hamas terrorists have been holding Omer imprisoned in tunnels underneath Gaza. Omer, which is a biblical name and means in Hebrew the first crop, is our firstborn. He was born in New York City 1 month after 9/11. 8 months pregnant, I walked across the Queensboro Bridge towards home that day. And here we are, 23 years later, and he's the victim of another vile terrorist attack. Let me tell you a little bit about my son. He's a connector. He's an extremely social person. He loves sports. In high school, he was captain of the soccer ball, volleyball, and basketball teams. He's a natural leader. And he cares deeply about others and about helping them grow. He turned 22 on October 14th, 2023. And instead of celebrating with us and with his friends, he spent his birthday as a hostage of Hamas terrorists.
How did he get over there?
Imagine, over 9 months, not knowing whether your son is alive, waking up every morning, praying that he too is still waking up every morning, that he is strong and is surviving. I recite Psalm 23 in his merit every single day. Gam ki elech begei tzal mavet, lo erara ki ata imadi. I walk through the shadow of the valley of the shadow of the death. I will fear no evil, for thou art with me, thy rod and thy staff, they comfort me.
Bring them home. 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 During the brutal October 7th attack on Israel, over 1,200 people were slaughtered. Of them, 45 were American citizens. Where is the outrage? Where is it? This was not merely an attack on Israel. This was and remains an attack on Americans. Omer is one of 8 American hostages and one of 120 hostages still left in Gaza. Citizens of 24 countries and 5 different religions, still held by Hamas, denied basic human needs, their lives threatened every day. President Trump called us personally right after the attack when Omer was taken captive. We know he stands with the American hostages. We need our beautiful son back. And we need your support. We need your support to end this crisis and bring all the hostages back home. Them home. Bring them home. Bring them home. Bring them home. Bring them home.
Omer, we love you. We won't stop fighting for you.
Say it with us. Bring them home. Bring them home. Bring them home. Thank you, everybody. God bless Israel and God bless America.
Ladies and gentlemen, former paratrooper, congressman, and New York State gubernatorial candidate, Lee Zeldin.
Hello, Wisconsin. I'm Lee Zeldin from New York.
He cheesing, ain't he?
A nation led by President Trump is a nation stronger, safer, and more secure. As a former 82nd Airborne paratrooper, I want a military focused on being the world's greatest fighting force, not its biggest social experiment. We need a president treating our friends as friends and our adversaries as our adversaries, understanding they only respect strength, not weakness. I was on the House Foreign Affairs Committee under 3 presidents, but only one ended wars without starting new ones. President Donald Trump. As one of 2 Jewish Republicans in Congress, it was amazing to witness history-making progress.
Hello.
Strengthening the U.S.-Israel relationship under President Trump. Moving our embassy in Israel to Jerusalem. Recognizing Israel's sovereignty over the Golan Heights. and launching the Abraham Accords, which no one said was possible. Soleimani and the ISIS caliphate were eliminated. President Trump withdrew from the Iran deal, stopped those insane ransom payments, and crippled Iran with maximum pressure. But then everything went downhill under Biden. Yes, the guy who advised Obama not to take out Osama, Joe Biden advised against the mission that killed Osama bin Laden. As an American, and especially as a New Yorker, that's unforgivable. Even in his prime, he had bad judgment. And it's only gotten worse with age. We cannot count on Biden to make this kind of crucial 3 a.m. decision. Heck, we can't rely on him at 3 in the afternoon.
Yeah, I'll get lost in the Rose Garden.
He has refilled
3 p.m.
Iran's coffers. Since October 7th, Biden has pandered to anti-Semites who cheer Hamas's attack. All while Americans are still being held hostage in Gaza. Biden turned 13 Blue Star families into Gold Star families with his fatal withdrawal from Afghanistan, and then he lied about it during last month's debate, claiming that no service members had died under his watch. We must elect President Trump. Whether building an Iron Dome defense shield at home, countering China and other bad actors abroad, or securing our borders, he will make America strong and respected again. President Trump risks everything for us. We need him back in the White House now more than ever before. To make America great again, we must first, and God willing, we will expand the Republican majority in the United States House of Representatives.
I'll wait so long to take about to get to
the
that.
United States Senate. We are going to elect J.D. Vance, our next vice president. And we will make Donald J. Trump the 47th president of these United States. Thank you. God bless you. God bless President Trump and his family, and God bless America.
We are gathered here on freedom's altar, on these shores, on these bluffs, on this day 75 years ago. 10,000 men shed their blood and thousands sacrificed their lives for their brothers, for their countries, and for the survival of liberty. Those who fought here won a future for our nation. They won the survival of our civilization. These men ran through the fires of hell, moved by a force no weapon could destroy. The fierce patriotism of a free, proud, and sovereign people. And they showed us the way to love, cherish, and defend our way of life for many centuries to come. And our children and their children will forever.
Did you say you wanted my camera to
always
come
be
on or
free.
what?
No, Moon Records in the back.
Oh, okay.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome World War II hero, William Pekel.
You know, this life, this near-death experience has changed. I don't know if y'all can see it, but something is different about it.
Oh, I seen it the other night. I saw it the other night. I talked about it the other night. And I see it now.
Thank you very much. My name is Bill Pekel. I'm a proud Wisconsinite. I'm a proud husband of 76 years old to my wife, Rosemary. I'm a father of 11 children.
Hey, he got busy when he got back.
5 boys. Our family across 5 generations and a proud World War II veteran.
Trying to say it.
I'm 98 years old.
All right.
Some call us the greatest generation. That's an honor, considering America is the greatest nation in the history of the world. I will never forget and witness the horror of the Nazis' war camps. In the Battle of the Bulge, my friends and I fought to stop the Nazis' last major push in the Western Front. A few months later, Hitler was dead. The Nazis were defeated. We gave thanks to Almighty God for delivering us from evil. But not many of us came home. I still miss a lot of my friends on that beach. And there were many of us left. There aren't many of us left today. But for us, those of us who are here, that America is still worth fighting for.
Okay. Until he still got some of his teeth. Shit, dude, you got it going on.
It hurts
I hope I look half as good as that at 98.
What our
Just
current
saying.
president and vice president have done to the country I love so well. They humiliated us in Afghanistan. We pushed around in China. Terrorists run wild in the Middle East. And they let our own southern border get overrun. America, people say,
Joe wasn't talking that good
America's
yesterday.
an idea. But I believe America is much more than
Joe was
that.
talking crazy as hell yesterday.
America is our home. You know, when I was fighting in Europe and I came back home, I kissed the ground, thanking God that I'm back home in my country. And where I come from, when somebody comes for me or my home, you dig in your boots in the ground and never look back. That's the attitude that saved the free world and those years ago. And President Trump, back in Commander-in-Chief, I would go back to re-enlist today. And I would storm whatever beach my country needs me to fight against. God bless you. God bless our home and the United States of America.
Amen to that, Crystal. Amen to that.
Right. Okay, y'all. Crystal wanted to know what we think of the Speaker of the House because he's from Louisiana and that's where she lives, and she's originally from Atlanta. Anybody want to answer that?
Yeah, I read that comment. I mean, she's in Atlanta. I mean, you're in Atlanta now. Why are we focused on?
Well, no, she's in Louisiana.
No, she said she's from Louisiana, but she's in
You want to
Atlanta.
know the opinion of the Speaker of the House?
No, she says she lives in Louisiana now. She used to live in Atlanta.
She's from Atlanta. We're doing it the other way around. Okay, maybe I misread it. Let me go back.
Yeah.
My bad.
You're right, Draco. That means
I'm really not that familiar with Louisiana politics. The last time I kept up with anything in Louisiana was what? Ray Nagin? Back during Hurricane Katrina? Remember him? Oh, Ray.
Crystal, my nephew just came back from 3 tours.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome businessman and Executive Vice President of the Trump Organization, Donald J. Trump Jr.
Oh, Lord. I don't know what he's going to say. I'm waiting for the bad jail. You a Grady baby. Okay.
Good evening, America. Before I begin my remarks, I'm going to do something a little uncharacteristic. A Trump is going to give up the microphone. Doesn't happen often. You may never see it again. But I got a call on Monday morning from a young lady who said, "Dad, I want to speak at the RNC." I want to speak at the RNC because I want America to know what my grandpa is actually like. So for the first time ever on a stage, first time ever giving a speech, I want to bring out my eldest daughter and the eldest granddaughter of the President of the United States, your favorite president, Kai Madison Trump.
I'm so skinny tonight.
Hi, everyone. My name is Kai Madison Trump. I am the granddaughter of Donald Trump. I'm speaking today to share the side of my grandpa that people don't often see. To me, he's just a normal grandpa. He gives us candy and soda when our parents aren't looking. He always
Trump's a bad boy.
When I made the
You getting
high
the money
honor
when your
roll,
parents ain't
he
looking.
printed it out
Let's
to
be
show
real.
his friends how proud he was of me. I know. He calls me during the middle of the school day to ask how my golf game is going and tells me all about his. But then I have to remind him that I'm in school and I'll have to call him back later. When we play golf together, if I'm not on his team, he'll try to get inside of my head. I know. And he's always surprised that I don't let him get to me. But I have to remind him, I'm a Trump too. Even when he's going through all these court cases, he always asks me how I'm doing. He always encourages me to push myself
not
to
her
be the
head,
most
child. Stop
successful
playing.
person I can be. Obviously, he
Yeah,
sets
she's
the bar
cute.
pretty high, but who knows? Maybe one day I'll catch him. On Saturday, I was shocked when I heard that he has been shot, and I just wanted to know if he was okay. It was heartbreaking that someone would do that to another person. A lot of people have put my grandpa through hell, and he's still standing. Grandpa, you are such an inspiration, and I love you. The media makes my grandpa seem like a different person, but I know him for who he is. He's very caring and loving. He truly wants the best for this country, and he will fight every single day to make America great again. Thank you very much.
But Crystal, use your tools that you have available. You got enough time between now and election time. You can find your local politicians on YouTube and listen to what they have
A
to
lot
say.
of proud moments this week for my family. Thank you again, guys. Really appreciate that. That's not easy. That's the first time. I mean, this is what we call a large crowd for a speech, so incredible work, Kai. Now, back to business. Guys.
I knew he wasn't truly giving up that mic.
I just, man, why my dad just asked me that. I was
Tonight
like,
we
okay,
gather
yeah,
here
talking
in
now.
Milwaukee at one of the most crucial moments in American history. Just days ago, something that once seemed unimaginable became a terrifying reality. My father came under literal fire as an incredible patriotic rally turned into a tragedy. On a field in Butler, Pennsylvania, a brave firefighter died. Others were injured. And as those bullets rained down, we came millimeters away from one of the darkest moments in our nation's history. But we did lose an American hero that day. We wish that he were with us tonight. But his memory will live on forever in the hearts of his family, his community, and the nation that he loved.
Don Jr. always gives me Jamie Dutton vibes. For anybody who knows the reference, let me know in the chat.
In service of American hero, Corey
From
Comparator.
a soprano still talking. Oh, Lord. No respect.
Well, that's good, Crystal. I mean, just tap in, you know, to your with your locals, and go from there.
They say you can't
make sure you
truly
go
know
to
how
the
you'll respond in a
local
moment of
government
danger
offices
until you're
and have to go to
actually
those
confronted
county
with it.
meetings and things.
So what was my father's instinct as his life was on the line? Not to cower, not to surrender, but to show for all the world to see that the next American president has the heart of a lion. That the next American president has the courage to put the American people first once again. And in that moment, my father didn't just show his character, he showed America's character. When he stood up with blood on his face and the flag at his back, the world saw a spirit that could never be broken. And that is the true spirit of America. America knows what it's like to be down. We know what it's like to be confused and to be afraid. Long before the attempt on my father's life, every American I met was filled with fear and anxiety. They were afraid our country was being torn apart. They were anxious about the massive and chaotic invasion of illegal aliens across our border. They were deeply concerned about partisan lawfare, education indoctrination, and attacks on freedom of speech. Most terrifying of all, they saw that our leaders didn't care, or worse, that they joyfully aided and abetted the erosion of our rights.
Uh-oh.
And the lies. Oh yeah, the lies. We won't ever forget the lies. From left-wing politicians, from their allies in the media. When you hear them in a row, you fully understand the extent they have gone to divide this great nation.
Oh, please play a clip.
They lied about Russia collusion. They lied about Hunter's laptop. They lied about Joe Biden's fitness for office. They lied about the border being secure. They lied about inflation being transitory. They lied about how they would safely withdraw from Afghanistan. They lied about Biden being a, quote, moderate. And they told one nonstop lie after another about my father. But they could only run away from reality for so long. All hell has broken loose in America, and it's impossible to hide anymore. Remember Build Back Better? Instead, we got broke, bumbling Biden.
Damn.
Nothing is built,
That's
nothing
so,
is
man.
back, and nothing is better. Bridges are collapsing, our credibility is crumbling, and our money is worth less and less
Yeah, they
every
credibility
single
shot.
day. It was
Actually,
just
he should have
one
said
giant
he
bait and
could have
switch.
said it better.
And normal
We got
Americans are the
broke,
ones left holding the
stumbling,
bag.
bumbling Joe
Housing
Biden.
costs,
Just saying.
gasoline prices, grocery bills just keep going up. Wave after wave of illegal aliens, deadly drugs keep pouring across our border. Meanwhile, pro-crime district attorneys have turned our cities into giant crime zones. They've turned criminals into victims, prosecutors into criminal defense attorneys, and police into public enemies. Left-wing activists are pretending to be educators, teaching our kids that there are 57 genders, but they can't even define what a woman is. On one hand, they think free speech protects their right to expose your children to explicit drag shows. On the other hand, they want to put you in jail for making a meme. It's like the entire world has been turned upside down. Does any of this sound like a country that's going in the right direction? And honestly, who is actually running the country anyway? It's obviously not Joe Biden. So who are they asking us to elect? Seriously, who's running things?
Not Mr. Magoo.
Does anyone really know? Is it Jill? Is it Hunter?
No, I think Jill do a little bit better job.
Barack Obama? Maybe it's the ghost of corn
You got
pop.
subscriber mode on, right?
No. I forgot to turn it
Whoever
off.
is running the show,
Okay, that explains.
the only thing they are effective at is persecuting my father. They twisted, contorted, and corrupted the criminal code to turn bookkeeping errors into felonies. They concocted new legal theories out of thin air. They imposed gag orders on my father because the last thing a defendant should be able to do is defend himself, right? They punished him for merely speaking the truth. They say they hate Vladimir Putin, but it sure seems like they've spent a lot of time copying his playbook.
Well, damn. I don't know all that now.
In this country, we don't criminalize political differences. We debate them. We vote on them. But we don't make you choose between picking a party or picking a jail cell. There was a time when the Democrats really wanted what was best for America, even if they had a different way of getting there. It was the party of Franklin Roosevelt, John F. Kennedy, Martin Luther King Jr. You may have disagreed with that party, but at least you could respect it. But this new extreme Democrat party,
No respect.
they want us to somehow believe that the only way forward is going backwards, where hiring decisions are based solely on race, where justice is only for those with the right opinions, where streets are a luxury only for the elite, where economic opportunity exists only when you know the right people. Right now, the America we all grew up with, the America that we love, feels like an old photograph where you sit down with your children and tell them what life used to be like. You look back at that America and remember a country that was confident and proud, an America that knew who it was and what it stood for. And it could all feel like a distant memory. Somewhere along the way, we stumbled. Somewhere along the way, we lost ourselves. But we can't live on nostalgia. Yes, America was great, but our greatest days are yet to come.
You can come up if you want to, Crystal.
Because no matter how far off that old photo may feel, it's not the end of our story. We're like that man who stood on that platform and felt the bullet pierce his flesh just days ago in Pennsylvania. He may have moved to the ground, but he stood back up. And when he did, my father raised his fist into the air. He looked out at the crowd, and what did he say?
I think he said, fuck y'all, but yeah, man.
And we will fight. We will fight. We will fight with our voices. We will fight with our ideas. And on November 5th, we will fight with our vote. I've always been proud of him, but I've never been prouder of my father than I was in that moment. That's when the world found out that there is tough, and then there's Trump tough. And the good news is, America is Trump tough. In 1912, more than a century ago, another legendary Republican president came right here to Milwaukee. At a political rally less than 1 mile from where we stand tonight, Teddy Roosevelt was struck by a would-be assassin's bullet. But he didn't quit either. He finished his speech and he kept fighting. My friends,
I don't
believe in
let me know if you want to come up and I'll drop the link.
I do believe in God's plan. Today, Teddy Roosevelt's man in the arena has a name, and it's Donald J. Trump. Remember, my father didn't have to run for re-election this year. He doesn't need the money, the fame, the power. Frankly, he doesn't need the witch hunts, the phony investigations, or the political prosecutions either. But he knew he had to run if there was any chance at saving America. He's not doing it for himself. He's doing it for everyone here tonight, for everyone watching at home. No matter who you are, you can be a part of this movement to make America great again. Look at me and my friend J.D. Vance, a kid from Appalachia and a kid from Trump Tower in Manhattan. We grew up worlds apart, yet now we're both fighting side by side to save the country we love. And by the way, J.D. Vance is going to make one hell of a vice president. For those of you who have tuned out politics or have never even voted, I want you to know, if you're looking for a better life, a more prosperous future, a safer, more wholesome and patriotic place to call home, there's room for you in this party and in this movement. In fact, you're the ones who matter most of all. My father has always said that the people he gets along with best are the people who really work for a living. It's because of his background as a builder in construction, right? In construction, it doesn't matter how smart your architect is if you don't have the best guys laying the bricks. People with grit, people who get their hands dirty. That's a big problem with Washington, D.C. Most of the bureaucrats who rule over us have never built anything in their lives. It's time to build something real, something tangible, something that will last and leave this country better off for our children. That's my father's mission. This November, we have a choice. It's a choice between one team that wants to build this country up and another that wants to tear this country down. It's a choice between people who are proud of America and people who are ashamed of America. And ultimately, it's a choice between America last and America first. So if you love this country from the bottom of your heart, if you want to bring back common sense, if you want to save the American dream, if you want to stand up and fight for the future of our nation, you must re-elect my father, Donald J. Trump. Together, we will make America great once again. Thank you. Thank you, Wisconsin.
Y'all for the future president speech. I give it 20 years.
Okay, well, let me drop the link. Hold on.
You heard what I said?
Yeah, I got. Yeah, I'm see if I can squeeze that in tomorrow before we get on.
Yeah, he speaks very well, and I'm calling it now, like I said.
But yeah, I was over there today. I had a ball today on TikTok because I was putting Joe Biden supporters in their spot. They were having this day where, are you for Trump or are you for Biden? It seemed like over there. And I would sit there and wait on them to bring me up. And then I listened to all their little stuff that they've been talking to and all that. And them poor people, they didn't even know what hit them when I got there. It was funny. Especially when they were saying, give me the places where I can look this up. I want to know where this is at. And I started giving them sites and websites and all of this stuff. And it's like, oh crap.
You know, there's
One guy threw me off of his panel in less than 3 minutes because I hit him with so much truth.
There's an old expression that says, never argue with the fool, because people from a distance can't tell who is who. So in other words, you got people on the internet, and this has always been true of the internet. All they want to do is cause drama. All they want to do is argue for the sake of arguing. Don't engage. You're not accomplishing nothing.
Well, the one kid that I talked to, he was like a 20-year-old kid. Now, he seemed to take some stuff that I said to heart, because I threw him a curveball that most people don't get to throw because they don't know the Native American politics part of this. And I threw him a curveball through Native American politics and a lot of Native Americans think, and it blew him out of the water. And I sort of felt bad for him because he didn't talk for like almost 10 minutes, you know. And I sort of felt bad for him. But when I showed him the coincidence between Biden and Andrew Jackson, who ran on a platform of removing all Muskogee people from the face of the earth. That's what he ran on for presidency. And then I showed the same coincidence of what Andrew Jackson was doing versus what Biden's doing today. It blew his mind, and he didn't even think about that. I made the kid quit talking for almost 10 minutes. I felt bad, but he needed to know some truths, and he got some truths and I think he opened up to it, honestly.
Okay.
Because he wasn't pushing so hard for Biden after that. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
Now the other guy that I went up there,
it's nothing short of a miracle that J.D. Vance is a household name, or a United States senator, or our next vice president. But here he is, born into poverty, his family torn apart by drug addiction, no money, no prospects, no future. J.D. joined the Marine Corps, used the GI Bill to attend college, then went to Yale and earned a law degree and shared his heartbreaking story in a best-selling book. Only in America is this story possible. But today, for many families, the American dream is now gone. And this is the team tough enough to bring it back. J.D. Vance understands that working families have become the forgotten families. Under Biden, wages are going down while prices skyrocket, forcing the majority of Americans to live paycheck to paycheck. Working families will have J.D. Vance fighting for them. Seniors, J.D. will have your backs too. No more deciding between putting food on your table and paying for the prescriptions you need. As a husband and father, J.D. knows the importance of fighting for a parent's right to protect their children.
That's
and
right.
you can count on this Marine to stand up for our soldiers who put their
And they live
lives on the line
they
for their
live
country
for that.
every day.
Like I keep telling y'all about the weird kids
one of
that was in school
perseverance,
with you at the lunch table. That's who y'all are arguing with.
It's an
Those weird
American
kids are
story,
now adults,
and it's
now they
just
found the
getting
internet.
started.
Here we go.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Usha Vance.
What's his first name?
Usha Vance, that's his wife.
Mm-hmm.
How you spell it?
Okay, now why you got them heels on that a preteen who just learned to walk in heels will have on? What we doing?
Leave her alone.
Let me hear this.
That's our Madam
Good evening.
Second Lady. Leave her alone.
Good evening. When I was asked to introduce my husband, J.D. Vance, to all of you, I was at a loss. What could I say that hasn't already been said before? After all, the man was already the subject of a Ron Howard movie. J.D. has shared much of his life through his own eloquent words. In his book, Hillbilly Elegy, during his Senate campaign, and now as a sitting United States Senator, it occurred to me that there was only one thing to do: to explain from the heart why I love and admire J.D. and stand here beside him today, and why he will make a great Vice President of the United States.
Yeah. Really? Okay, Kristen.
I met JD in law school when he was fresh out of Ohio State, which he attended with the support of the GI Bill. We were friends first because, who wouldn't want to be friends with JD? He was then, as now, the most interesting person I knew. A working class guy who had overcome childhood traumas that I could barely fathom to end up at Yale Law School. A tough Marine who had served in Iraq, but whose idea of a good time was playing with puppies and watching the movie Babe. The most determined person I knew with one overriding ambition: to become a husband and a father, and to build the kind of tight-knit family that he had longed for as a child. My background is very different from JD's. I grew up in San Diego, in a middle-class community with two loving parents, both immigrants from India, and a wonderful sister. That JD and I could meet at all, let alone fall in love and marry, is a testament to this great country. It is also a testament to JD, and it tells you something about who he is. When JD met me, he approached our differences with curiosity and enthusiasm. He wanted to know everything about me, where I came from, what my life had been like. Although he's a meat and potatoes kind of guy, he adapted to my vegetarian diet and learned to cook food from my mother, Indian food. Before I knew it, he had become an integral part of my family, a person I could not imagine living without. The JD I knew then is the same JD you see today, except for that beard. And his goals in this new role are the same that he has pursued for our family: to keep people safe, to create opportunities, to build a better life, and to solve problems with an open mind. It's safe to say that neither JD nor I expected to find ourselves in this position, but it's hard to imagine a more powerful example of the American dream: a boy from Middletown, Ohio. Raised by his grandmother through tough times, chosen to help lead our country through some of its greatest challenges. I am grateful to all of you for the trust you have placed in him and in our family. And with that, it is my great privilege to introduce my husband and the next Vice President of the United States, JD Vance.
Oh, wow.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Please. Wow. Wow.
Yeah. First of all, aren't I a lucky guy? Isn't she lovely and amazing? Greetings, Milwaukee, my fellow Americans and my fellow Republicans. My name is J.D. Vance from the great state of Ohio. Tonight, O-H-I-O, O-H-I-O. You guys, we're gonna chill with the Ohio love. We gotta win Michigan too here, so.
Now that was funny.
My friends, tonight is a night of hope. A celebration of what America once was, and with God's grace, what it will soon be again. And it is a reminder of the sacred duty we have to preserve the American experiment, to choose a new path for our children and grandchildren. But as we meet tonight, we cannot forget that this evening could have been so much different. Instead of a day of celebration, this could have been a day of heartache and mourning. For the last 8 years, President Trump has given everything he has to fight for the people of our country. He didn't need politics, but the country needed him. Did it? Now, prior to running for president, he was one of the most successful businessmen in the world. He had everything anyone could ever want in a life. And yet, instead of choosing the easy path, he chose to endure abuse, slander, and persecution. And he did it because he loves this country. I want all Americans to go and watch the video of a would-be assassin coming a quarter of an inch from taking his life. Consider the lies they told you about Donald Trump, and then look at that photo of him, defiant, fist in the air. When Donald Trump rose to his feet in that Pennsylvania field, all of America stood with him.
The legend in the house. Gary James, hey you.
And what did he call us to do for our country? To fight for America. Even in his most perilous moment, we were on his mind. His instinct was for us, for our country, to call us to something higher, to something greater, to once again be citizens who ask what our country needs of us. Now consider what they said. They said he was a tyrant. They said he must be stopped at all costs. But how did he respond? He called for national unity, for national calm, literally right after an assassin nearly took his life. He remembered the victims of the terrible attack, especially the brave Corey Compertori, who gave his life to protect his family. God bless him. And then President Trump flew to Milwaukee and got back to work.
Hey, did y'all hear about Corey's widow, Joe Crowder? She gonna answer the phone.
Now that's the man I've gotten to know personally over the last few years. He is tough, and he is, but he cares about people. He can stand defiant against an assassin one moment and call for national healing the next. He is a beloved father and grandfather, and of course, a once-in-a-generation business leader. He's the man who is feared by America's adversaries, but 2 nights ago, and I'll share a moment, said goodnight to his 2 boys, told them he loved them, and made sure to give each of them a kiss on the cheek. And I will say, Don and Eric squirmed the same way my 4-year-old does when his daddy tries to give him a kiss on the cheek. Sorry, guys. He is all those things, but tonight we celebrate he is our once and future President of the United States of America. Now, I want to respond to his call for unity myself. We have a big tent in this party on everything from national security to economic policy. But my message to you, my fellow Republicans, is we love this country and we are united to win. Right. Now, I think our disagreements actually make us stronger. That's what I've learned in my time in the United States Senate, where sometimes I persuade my colleagues and sometimes they persuade me. And my message to my fellow Americans, those watching from across the country, is shouldn't we be governed by a party that is unafraid to debate ideas and come to the best solution? That's the Republican Party of the next 4 years, united in our love for this country and committed to free speech and the open exchange of ideas. And so tonight, Mr. Chairman, I stand here humbled and I'm overwhelmed with gratitude to say I officially accept your nomination to be Vice President of the United States of America.
I see a couple of my Spartans checking into the chat. Derek and Red are in the house. What is your profession?
Thank you. Now, never in my wildest imagination could I have believed that I'd be standing here tonight. I grew up in Middletown, Ohio. A small town where people spoke their minds, built with their hands, and loved their God, their family, their community, and their country with their whole hearts. But it was also a place that had been cast aside and forgotten by America's ruling class in Washington. When I was in the 4th grade, a career politician by the name of Joe Biden supported NAFTA, a bad trade deal that sent countless good jobs to Mexico.
Haven't I been telling y'all that for years?
When I was a sophomore in high school, that same career politician named Joe Biden gave China a sweetheart trade deal that destroyed even more good American middle-class manufacturing jobs. When I was a senior in high school, that same Joe Biden supported the disastrous invasion of Iraq, and at each step of the way, in small towns like mine in Ohio or next door in Pennsylvania or Michigan, in states all across our country, jobs were sent overseas and our children were sent to war. And
they did not waste time to get the chant going.
I agree. And somehow, a real estate developer from New York City by the name of Donald J. Trump was right on all of these issues while Biden was wrong. President Trump knew even then that we needed leaders who would put America first. Now, thanks to these policies that Biden and other out-of-touch politicians in Washington gave us, our country was flooded with cheap Chinese goods, with cheap foreign labor, And in the decades to come,
Yeah, good point,
deadly
Draco.
Chinese
Also,
fentanyl.
Brazil owns
Joe
all
Biden
of our
screwed up,
manufacturing.
and my community paid the price.
Pride
Now,
and Tyson.
I was lucky.
Hey.
Despite the
By
closing
Brazilian
factories and the growing addiction in towns like mine, in my life, I had a guardian angel by my side. She was an old woman who could barely walk, but she was tough as nails. I called her Mamaw, the name we hillbillies gave to our grandmothers. Mamaw raised me as Mamaw raised me as my mother struggled with addiction. Mamaw was in so many ways a woman of contradiction. She loved the Lord, ladies and gentlemen. She was a woman of very deep Christian faith. But she also loved the F word. I'm not kidding. She could make a sailor blush. Now, she once told me
that sounds like my grandma.
Found out that I was spending too much time with a local kid.
I think that's everybody's
grandma.
If their grandma was
if
working.
If I ever hung out with that kid again, she would run him over with her car.
My grandma was one of the most ardent Christian women I ever seen, but
no one will ever find out about
it.
Now, thanks to that Mamaw, things worked out for me. After 9/11, I did what thousands of other young men my age did in that time of soaring patriotism and love of country. I enlisted in the United States Marines.
Tyson's and Pilgrim Pride, those are your two largest companies for chicken.
Semper Fi to my fellow Marines. Now, I left the Marines after 4 years and went to the Ohio State University.
If he debates Kamala, that will be the end of Kamala. I'm sorry. All she'll do is go.
Michigan. I had to get that in
Why
there.
y'all act like Kamala is a threat and anybody should be worried about her? I ain't looking forward to seeing that. I'd rather not hear her talk. She don't speak.
I'm in agreement.
Come on.
I'm in agreement. I don't want to hear her talk. I don't want to hear her laugh. I don't even want to see her.
I can't stand her laugh.
Now, after Ohio State, I went to Yale Law School where I met my beautiful wife. And then I started businesses to create jobs in the kind of places that I grew up in. Now, my work taught me that there is still so much talent and grit in the American heartland. There really is. But for these places to thrive, my friends, we need a leader who fights for the people who built this country.
I think that's the truth.
We need a leader who's not in the pocket of big business, but answers to the working man, union and non-union alike. A leader who won't sell out to multinational corporations, but will stand up for American companies and American industry.
All right, Kimberly has it too loud. How you doing? Because y'all don't like to laugh because it's fake.
A leader who against Joe Biden and Kamala Harris's Green New scam and fights to bring back our great American factories. We need President Donald J. Trump.
Y'all do this. Y'all like to split hairs. By far, Pilgrim's Pride and Tyson is the largest portion of chicken producers. I don't know why we got it. Followed by Purdue. That other company never even heard.
Some people tell me I've lived the American dream.
I don't know why we have to
do
that.
And I'm so grateful for it.
And move on with
but the American dream that always counted most was not starting a business or becoming a senator or even being here with you fine people, though it's pretty awesome. My most important American dream was becoming a good husband.
Yeah, I can't stand her laugh. Put that in.
Being able to give.
Dude, her laugh is worse than a hyena's laugh.
Because it's fake.
Yeah, and it's always.
I wanted to give my kids the things that I didn't have when I was growing up. And that's the accomplishment that I'm proudest of. That tonight, I'm joined by my beautiful wife, Usha, an incredible lawyer and a better mom, and our three beautiful kids, Ewan, who's 7, Vivek, who's 4, and Mirabelle, who's 2. Now, they're back at the hotel, and kids, if you're watching, Daddy loves you very much, but get your butts in bed. It's 10 o'clock. But my friends, things did not work out well for a lot of kids I grew up with. Every now and then, I will get a call from a relative back home who asks, "Did you know so-and-so?" And I'll remember a face from years ago, and then I'll hear they died of an overdose. As always, America's ruling class wrote the checks. Communities like mine paid the price. For decades, that divide between the few with their power and comfort in Washington and the rest of us only widened. From Iraq to Afghanistan, from the financial crisis to the Great Recession, from open borders to stagnating wages, the people who govern this country have failed and failed again. That is, of course, until a guy named Donald J. Trump came along. President Trump represents America's last best hope to restore what, if lost, may never be found again. A country where a working class boy born far from the halls of power can stand on this stage as the next vice president of the United States of America.
You know, I can do it. I can do it.
But my fellow Americans here in this stage and watching at home, this moment is not about me. It's about all of us, and it's about who we're fighting for. It's about the auto worker in Michigan wondering why out-of-touch politicians are destroying their jobs.
Yeah,
It's about the factory worker in Wisconsin who makes things with their hands and is proud of American craftsmanship. It's about the energy worker in Pennsylvania and Ohio who doesn't understand why Joe Biden is willing to buy energy from tin pot dictators across the world when he could buy it from his own citizens right here in our own country.
Ain't nothing better than a pork chop. Yeah, he done, Derek.
Yeah, Red Illusion's right too. 39 is young as a spring chicken compared to the Washington D.C. nursing
And we need
home.
more of that youth in there, man.
Yeah.
Because a lot of them old fogies that's up there, especially in the House and Senate,
It's just
they
stuck
be
in their
sleep.
ways. Yeah.
They be sleep.
You guys are a great crowd. Wow.
They don't know what's going on.
Yep. They're still stuck in the 1950s. A lot of them.
Yeah, the Bible says we also shouldn't eat shrimp, crabs, and any fish without scales also, and a few other things.
And it's about, our movement is about single moms like mine who struggled with money and
You get beef
addiction,
rib.
but
Beef
never
ribs are
gave
better
up.
anyway.
And I'm proud to say that tonight my mom is here.
Girl, ain't nothing better
10
than
years,
some
clean
real.
and sober.
You ain't never lied.
I love you, Mom.
Nothing better than some for real.
Especially somebody cook it right
Hey,
with some
Grandma.
collard greens. Good. Some potato salad.
Woo, child, you can somebody who knows how to make some good beans. I need to call my
Y'all
sister.
starting to make me hungry.
There used to be a
My sister got some
restaurant in
good
North
beans.
New Jersey called
Good
Brothers
beans,
Barbecue. People would line up in the snow.
Oh, is she up here with her real hair?
Who?
You think his grandmama or his mama? We was talking, we done missed it. That's his mama, okay. Got himself cleaned up.
Yep.
Yeah, it's not your fault, Tristan.
Huh?
Pastor Pork Chop ain't gonna tell you what the Bible really says.
And you know, Mom, I was thinking,
it's all right.
it'll be 10 years officially in January of 2025. And if President Trump's okay with it, let's have the celebration in the White House.
It
It
is.
started out
That's
slow,
what I
but it's picking up. It got a little better.
And our movement, ladies and gentlemen, it's about grandparents all across this country who are living on Social Security and raising grandchildren they didn't expect to raise.
Are you serious?
And while we're on the topic of grandparents, let me tell you another
crime in
mammal
Baltimore
story.
was at an all-time low. I don't
Now, my
know.
mammal died shortly before I left for Iraq in 2005.
Aww.
And when we went through her things, we found 19 loaded handguns. They were...
They're from over there playing. Crime is down. Okay. That's the story. Because I got a different one.
Yeah, that boom you heard last night was a gunshot.
Okay.
Now, the thing
But
is,
it's down, right? We ain't
they
hear
were
that.
stashed all over her house,
I
under her
want to
bed,
know
in her
what world
closet,
we're
in the
living
silverware
in.
drawer.
Crime's down.
And we wondered what was going on. And it occurred to us that towards the end of her life, Mamaw couldn't get around so well. And so this frail old woman made sure that no matter where she was within arm's length of whatever she needed to protect her family. That's who we fight for. That's American spirit. Now, Joe Biden has been a politician in Washington for longer
Now, my
than I've been
sister
alive.
is up there, Crystal.
39 years old.
It ain't true none at all.
Kamala Harris is not much
My
further
sister
behind.
lives about 45 minutes outside of Baltimore.
For half a
Ain't
century,
true.
he's been the champion of
definitely not
every
true. Yeah,
major
you got a lot of
policy
people up in
initiative
that
to
area.
make America weaker and poorer. And in 4 short years, Donald Trump reversed decades of betrayals inflicted by Joe Biden and the rest of the corrupt Washington insiders.
Now we got somebody from Australia in here.
He created the greatest economy in
Admiral
history
Aussie,
for
how you
workers.
doing? Thank you for stopping
Really
by.
was amazing. There's this chart that shows worker wages, and they stagnated for pretty much my entire life until President Donald J. Trump came along. Workers' wages went through the roof. And just imagine what he's going to do when we give him 4 more years.
Yeah, we see you, Australia. We see you representing the down under. You die, mate.
Months ago, I heard some young family member observe that their parents' generation, the baby boomers, could afford to buy a home when they first entered the workforce. But I don't know, this person observed, if I'll ever be able to afford a home. The absurd cost of housing is the result of so many failures, and it reveals so much about what's broken in Washington. I can tell you exactly how it happened. Wall Street barons crashed the economy, and American builders went out of business. As tradesmen scrambled for jobs, houses stopped being built. The lack of good jobs, of course, led to stagnant wages. And then the Democrats flooded this country with millions of illegal aliens. So citizens had to compete with people who shouldn't even be here for precious housing. Joe Biden's inflation crisis, my friends, is really an affordability crisis. And many of the people that I grew up with can't afford to pay more for groceries, more for gas, more for rent, and that's exactly what Joe Biden's economy has given them.
Yep.
Yeah, Draco, that's
so
not
prices
actually
soared,
true.
dreams were shattered, and China and the cartels sent fentanyl
Yeah,
across the
self-check out
border,
before
adding addiction to the heartache. But ladies and gentlemen, that is not the end of our story. We've heard about villains and their victims. I've talked a lot about that, but let me tell you about the future. President Trump's vision is so simple and yet so powerful. We're done, ladies and gentlemen, catering to Wall Street.
I guess we're
We'll
lucky
commit to the working man.
$3 even right now.
Yeah, y'all lucky.
We're done importing foreign labor. We're going to fight for American citizens and their good jobs and their good wages. We're done buying energy from countries that hate us. We're going to get it right here from American workers in Pennsylvania and Ohio and across the country. We're done sacrificing supply chains to unlimited global trade, and we're going to stamp more and more products with that beautiful label, made in the USA.
Yeah, you think that's bad? Take yourself, go out west.
Yeah, go to California.
We're going to build factories again, put people to work making real products for American families made with the hands of American workers. Together, we will protect the wages of American workers and stop the Chinese Communist Party from building their middle class on the backs of American citizens.
$3.45. I don't know. I'm good.
China has a social society, really?
Together, we will make sure our allies share in the burden of securing world peace. No more free rides for nations that betray the generosity of the American taxpayer. Together, we will send our kids to war only when we must.
Everybody
but
is
as President
Christian.
Trump showed with the elimination of ISIS and so much more, when we punch, we're going to punch hard.
Yeah, it's okay, 345. 345, that's about right.
You and me both, y'all.
Together,
Everybody's
we will
missing
put
that
the
crystal.
citizens of America first, whatever the color of their skin.
Yes,
We
yes,
will,
they
in
can't
short,
break.
make America great again. You know, one of the things that you hear people say sometimes is that America is an idea. And to be clear, America was indeed founded on brilliant ideas like the rule of law and religious liberty, things written into the fabric of our Constitution and our nation. But America is not just an idea. It is a group of people with a shared history and a common future. It is, in short, a nation. Now, it is part of that tradition, of course, that we welcome newcomers. But when we allow newcomers into our American family, we allow them on our terms. That's the way we preserve the continuity of this project from 250 years past to hopefully 250 years in the future.
Time for that. We're going to get into that later on.
And let me illustrate this with a story, if I may. I'm, of course, married to the daughter of South Asian immigrants to this country.
Yeah, it is.
Incredible people. People who genuinely have enriched this country in so many ways. And of course, I'm biased because I love my wife and her family, but it's true. Now, when I proposed to my wife, we were in law school, and I said, honey, I come with $120,000 worth of law school debt and a cemetery plot on a mountainside in eastern Kentucky.
You were, never mind. Let me be quiet.
And I guess standing here tonight, it's just gotten weirder and weirder, honey.
Yeah, Draco still was out. He started talking about $15.
But that's what she was getting. Now, that cemetery plot in Eastern Kentucky is near my family's ancestral home. And like a lot of people, we came from the mountains of Appalachia into the factories of Ohio, Pennsylvania, Michigan, and Wisconsin.
Self-checkout in kiosks and in stores back in the 80s. I was there.
Now that's Kentucky coal country, one of the 10.
Remember, I tell y'all, TV always prepares you for what's coming
now,
next.
It's one of the 10 poorest counties in the entire United States of America.
Pop up on TV.
They're very hardworking people, and they're very good people. They're the kind of people who would give you the shirt off their back even if they can't afford enough to eat. And our media calls them privileged and looks down on them. But they love this country, not only because it's a good idea, but because in their bones they know that this is their home. And it will be their children's home, and they would die fighting to protect it. That is the source of America's greatness. As a United States Senator, I get to represent millions of people in the great state of Ohio with similar stories, and it is the great honor of my life. Now, in that cemetery, there are people who were born around the time of the Civil War. And if, as I hope, my wife and I are eventually laid to rest there, and our kids follow us, there will be 7 generations just in that small mountain cemetery plot in Eastern Kentucky. 7 generations of people who have fought for this country, who have built this country, who have made things in this country, and who would fight and die to protect this country if they were asked to. Now that's not just an idea, my friends. That's not just a set of principles. Even though the ideas and the principles are great, that is a homeland. That is our homeland. People will not fight for abstractions, but they will fight for their home. And if this movement of ours is going to succeed, and if this country is going to thrive, our leaders have to remember that America is a nation and its citizens deserve leaders who put its interests first.
That's right. All right, knock off the caps, y'all.
Now, we won't agree on every issue, of course, not even in this room. We may disagree from time to time about how best to reinvigorate American industry and renew American family. That's fine. In fact, it's more than fine. It's good. But never forget that the reason why this united Republican Party exists, why we do this, why we care about those great ideas and that great history is that we want this nation to thrive for centuries to come. Now, eventually in that mountain cemetery, my children will lay me to rest. And when they do, I would like them to know that thanks to the work of this Republican Party, the United States of America is as strong and as proud and as great as ever.
Yeah, so you confirm what we said, Christy. Yeah.
That is who we serve, my friends. That is who we fight for. And the only thing that we need to do right now, the most important thing that we can do for those people, for that American nation that we all love, is to re-elect Donald J. Trump, President of the United States.
We understand what you mean.
Mr. President, I will never take for granted the trust you have put in me. And what an honor it is to help achieve the extraordinary vision that you have for this country.
We already knew that.
Now, I pledge to every American, no matter your party, I will give you everything I have to serve you and to make this country a place where every dream you have for yourself, your family, and your country will be possible once again.
They pick and choose the argument. It's down when they want it to be, and it's up when they want it to be, when they want to make the argument. Biden's crime
And
bill.
I promise you one more thing. To the people of Middletown, Ohio, and all the forgotten communities in Michigan, Wisconsin, Pennsylvania, and Ohio, and every corner of our nation, I promise you this. I will be a vice president who never forgets where he came from.
I mean,
and every single day for the next 4 years, when I walk into that White House to help President Trump, I will be doing it for you, for your family, for your future, and for this great country. Thank you. God bless all of you, and God bless our great country.
That is a mess waiting to happen. Please, with all caps, and please put spaces in between your words.
Yeah, crime's so down that I literally am about to have to go to someone's house and get my 3 ducks and 1 chicken back that someone stole from me.
Oh, Lord.
I'm serious.
What you with the no?
Look, that's how down crime is, okay? People have gotten to the point they're stealing ducks and chickens from people.
Yeah, child, not nothing, Red. Nothing.
Yeah, I mean, like I said, Red, they pick and choose when they want to do that and when it's up and it's down, and I mean, all of this nonsense. I mean,
I can tell you now, a good mating pair of ducks right now, that they're laying eggs good and everything, they're about $380 for that pair. I don't have that type of money often just to give out for birds, you know what I'm saying? So, yeah, you're dang right. I'm going to go back and get them.
Yeah, you go ahead and invest in it. Yeah. Invest in getting your stuff.
Yeah. And they stole my mating pair of ducks, and they stole one. They stole my mating pair. They stole
Ladies
another
and gentlemen,
female duck,
please
and then
welcome
they
back
stole a chicken.
the chairman of the Republican
blocked
National
that
Committee, Michael Watley of North Carolina.
GOP person, whatever that name is, they keep posting all caps or everything combined. I've asked politely, and they've done it about 10 times now.
I'm going to shut this down. That was the end.
Crystal, I just
Delegates
explained.
and alternates, Republicans around the world, tonight in this hall, we had a chance to see what strength is like. Strength looks like heartbroken Gold Star families talking about their loved ones and talking about their loss. Strength looks like fraternity brothers facing down a hostile crowd to save the American flag. Strength looks like thousands of law enforcement officers from all across the country here to protect us tonight. Strength tonight
Looks like all of the soldiers and the sailors and the airmen and the Marines around the world keeping America safe home and abroad. Strength looks like a teenage daughter standing on this stage and talking to America about the love that she has for her grandfather. Strength looks like a kid born in rural Appalachia who put himself through school and answered a call to service when America needed him and joined the Marines, and has answered another call to serve as our next vice president. And Strength looks like a man who gave up a successful business career and a comfortable life to fight every single day for the American people, who has suffered hoax after hoax after hoax, who has endured politically motivated prosecutions and lawsuits.
This guy reminds me of my 11th grade science
and
teacher.
who, when he was knocked
Very
down
monotone.
by a would-be assassin's bullet, got back up and encouraged America to fight, fight, fight. Ladies and gentlemen, we know what strength looks like, and we know that America is a nation of inherent strength. And we, as a nation of inherent strength, are going to be strong again. For tonight's benediction, please welcome the lead pastor at Bayou Blue Assembly in Houma, Louisiana, Pastor Packy Thompson.
Uh-oh, Pastor Packy.
Well, hello, Milwaukee.
Pastor P.
I bring you greetings from the great state of Louisiana, from my church, Bayou Blue Assembly of God in Houma, Louisiana, and from the small town I grew up in Gina, Louisiana. I am proud to be with all of you here tonight for this historic convention. And I thank my Lord and Savior, Jesus Christ, for his blessings. I would like to thank the RNC for allowing me to be here. And I would like to thank President Trump for all that he has done for our country. I want you to know, sir, that you are loved and respected in my state of Louisiana. Would y'all stand and pray with me, please? Heavenly Father, we are grateful for your mercy and your protection here tonight. Father, we give you glory and honor because you alone deserve to be honored. Father, I thank you for giving us a man to stand in the gap for us, a man who has made up the hedge for the American people, a man who has protected our nation from those who would harm us. Father, we thank you for raising up President Donald J. Trump to be the 47th President of the United States of America. And I also thank you for protecting him from the evil that was perpetrated last Saturday. Father, I ask that you would unite our country once again, a nation, Lord God, under your leadership. Father God, help us to elect leaders that will help us to become the lead country in the world, to hold the values that our forefathers intended
no, he's gonna be governor, when they drafted the
Declaration of Independence and the Bill of Rights. Father, I ask that you would help us to elect men and women of God who will protect the rights that were promised to every American. Protect us from tyranny and restore truth back to the public square. Father, I pray for the Donald J. Trump and J.D. Vance tonight, that you would give them grace, strength, and wisdom to guide our country once again. And Father God, help make America great. Once again, I ask it in Jesus' name. And everybody said, amen. Yes.
The chair recognizes the delegate from the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania for the purpose of
I'll be right
offering a
back,
motion.
Mr. Chairman, I am Fred Keller from the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania, the birthplace of America. I make the motion that this convention now adjourn.
The question now occurs on the motion to adjourn. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it and the motion is adopted. Accordingly, this convention stands adjourned until 5 p.m. tomorrow. Thank you.
Hey, Eric, how you doing?
You know what I'm starting to take from this? Now that I've got to see 3 days of it. Do you remember when Biden came out? He was the dark man. He even came out with the green screen that one time with the flames behind him, and all that with the Marines on each side, ready to go and kick butt for him and acting like he came straight out of the pits of hell. This is the total opposite of Biden, because the Bible says Israel is God's people. What did they preach for the first part of this? All about Israel, 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 and the Jewish people. Okay.
I see what you said north. I'm from north. That's why I asked that question.
Yeah. So, needless to say, this is sort of like where I'm seeing this going. Let's go the opposite road of what Biden's doing here, because it's not working very well for him. You know what I mean? And I'm liking what I'm seeing on a lot of levels.
All right, let's. We got to make sure we put subscribers only mode in next time.
Say what?
So we got to make sure we do subscribers only mode next tomorrow.
Well, I'm saying with people, you'll say still subscribe and put this kind of crazy stuff in there.
Yeah, I was catching this on my side. Some of this, they're trying to just agitate and start trouble on my side.
Yeah,
and that's what trolls do. And unfortunately, even on subscriber mode, you're going to get them. They'll even if you put it on a 1 day, you got to wait 1 day to be a subscriber to talk. They'll do it.
Try to wait. Yep, be trying to wait it out.
Yep, they'll do it. I've been there. I've done that.
I just been quietly banning them all night on my side. I haven't even been acknowledging them.
Pretty much resolution, Darth Biden. Pretty much that's what they were trying to do. I mean, and to me, that disgusted me to see what Biden was doing.
Haters gonna hate. Haters gonna hate. Thanks.
Jordan, what's up, my brother? You made a statement, obviously.
I apologize. I didn't mean to talk over you there, bud.
Oh, yeah. Right.
Nah, I was just shouting at Eric in the chat. That was my fault. I talked over you.
Well, I sort of stopped talking, and then you started talking. So, hey, Derek.
Hey. Angry Snowman, how you doing, man?
Where are you? Is he in the chat?
I ain't seen him.
Is he in the chat?
No, we got.
My bad. Oh, okay. Did you did you get to watch that video I sent you?
I saw most of it. Yeah, they were actually talking about that yesterday before we started streaming. It's some more to that. It gotta be. Don't even make sense.
Well, I know Angry Snowman brought it up that they wasn't having any venues open, and then they hear about there's a homeless camp next close to the convention. That's what probably shut everything down. And you know, I'm not gonna spoil the rest of it. It's only like 3 minutes, but I thought it was very interesting.
Yeah.
There was also a knife fight up there that caused some things to get shut down.
That's what we talking about. The
yes,
same
sir.
Dude. Yeah, that's what we talking about.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Okay, well, they got my vote.
Yeah, well, hang on, y'all, because we're here to watch Governor Abbott. Like I said, he came on before we actually started streaming. But for those of y'all who don't know, Greg Abbott is governor in Texas. Who y'all know, the one who immediately be putting the asylum seekers, that's what we're gonna call them, on a bus and send them to the
blue states,
sanctuary cities, because he said we ain't no sanctuary state and we ain't paying for shit. So yeah, we're gonna see what he got to say about this situation. So
I still say they need to keep it. They should have kept on sending them to Martha's Vineyard.
Listen, yeah, he said if you was on this list, talk about you was providing sanctuary, I got a bus coming. So we go.
Yeah, Tuesday was better, Draco. Tonight wasn't bad. It started out slow, but it actually got better, and it was very consistent. It wasn't bad. It was consistent.
And you know what? I think that was by design, because tomorrow Trump is gonna speak, and he's gonna officially
bring the house now, right?
Yes, I think they said you had 2 days of them going hard. So I think tonight was just kind of where they we're gonna mellow it out. We're gonna be smooth with it. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. Let everybody check all our boxes off, make sure everybody get to say something, and then tomorrow it's gonna be a straight fool.
Well, I haven't ever seen a convention end the way they ended it in the prayer and then saying Jesus' name. You know, I haven't seen that. That set me over.
They're doing something slightly different that I've never seen politicians on either side do. And I noticed they've been changing verbiage very carefully. You know, I've been little things they've been saying. Just little things they're saying. They're not just going, the imagery has changed. They're going younger, blacker, masculiner. That's changed. Somebody brought up the facial hair earlier, which is great to see.
Yep.
We still left room out for inclusion, so that's why you heard the Palestinian lady speaking earlier. They let her get hers in, you know. So little things, you know, little slight changes. This ain't the grand old party no more. Like they said the first night, this is not the old GOP. This is something new we seeing.
Yeah, I liked. I was thinking, like, when's the last time I saw a politician with facial hair? I know there are some out there right now, but I'm thinking, like, what do we have to go all the way back to Teddy Roosevelt, maybe Franklin, and then I couldn't think of any.
Go back for that. One purpose, I'm sorry.
Facial hair.
Oh, I mean, of course, at one time, you know, beards were very the thing, you know.
Yeah.
And then, you know, somewhere in society, as we went corporate, I think, in the 70s, when we really went to that corporate platform.
Draco, to answer to speak, not to cut you off, I apologize, but to speak to this comment real quick. Yeah, facial hair matters. Facial hair for men is a symbol of masculinity.
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, it matters. It matters, sir. It matters.
And Eric, you're right. Lincoln had a beard, you know.
Yep.
Yeah, I was surprised. I'm not gonna lie. I didn't know anything about this guy. Being from Middletown, which is about 30 minutes straight up the highway. Middletown is where AK Steel is, I think.
Yeah, I saw you write that earlier.
Yes, sir. And
I didn't know what you meant, but I'm glad you cleaned that up. Okay, it makes sense to me now.
yeah, AK Steel is where, you know, of course, they make steel. Middletown is there are a couple other cities around that way. They all like combined as Middletown. There's Hamilton, and then there's Fairfield. It's like huge neighborhoods, but everybody got their own province. Middletown also is where CSX Railroad is. They have a rail yard up in Middletown, close to AK Steel. Um, it's a small town. It's a small town. It's not much there. But I like the little jab he did at Michigan. I bust out laughing. I love it. I love it.
You asked the question, more unity. You said, why don't you come up? You said you was coming up. So why don't you come up so you can clarify that question? We can understand what you're
I
asking.
think it was she was hold on something up here, something else she was responding to. Yeah, mine says it was better.
It was when y'all were talking about the beards and things like that. I think she was saying,
Okay. Yeah. Yeah.
It brings more unity, you know, question mark, you know.
Yeah.
I just think it's a fresh look. You know, the guy's young. He has some energy. I think Israel was talking about the fresh look. It just feels fresh. It's not two old guys battling on a mic. You know, it's energizing. I didn't particularly care for the Amber Rose part of it, but I can understand why they put her in there.
Well, what about that bothered you?
Knowing what she do or what she did, that bothers me.
Okay.
You know, it's not the sex thing. It's not the fact that she's a model.
I dropped the link for you, Crystal. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
It's not. Oh, my bad. It's not the
go
fact
ahead. I'm
that
sorry.
she's
That was my fault.
Oh, okay. It's not the fact that she's a model. It's the kind of model, and what she's known for. And I kept looking. It says, "Hey, Amber." I'm like, "Oh, okay, all right." It's about to go. As it when they had that dude rapping and she was dancing in the background, I was like,
talking
"Oh,
about
okay."
the video. Okay.
Yeah.
Video. Okay.
And then you know,
her speech.
I didn't particularly listen to her speech. I'm gonna be honest. I'm just gonna be honest.
Okay.
If I don't have a problem with her personally, but at the same time I do because I know what she has done in the past. So I didn't particularly pay attention to it, but I can understand why they put her out there. They're trying to reach everybody. So I understand that part. I didn't agree with everything that was said. I didn't agree with, but what I did agree with, they hammered home.
Okay.
And that's why I was just telling Eric. I said, man, the way he ended that prayer was like Sunday at church. That's what it felt like. It felt like church. So yeah, I think I want to hear what Trump has to say. Then
well, more importantly than what he has to say is how he says it. Because that's what me and Tommy was talking about earlier. His since he got shot, it's like it's a somberness to him, like almost like a maturity has happened with him. And he's like elevated to another level, and he done, you know. So we really haven't heard him speak a lot freely since he got shot. So I'm very interested to see that transformation continue. We know what he's gonna say. He ain't gonna say nothing new.
Hey, Crystal.
Hey, Crystal.
Hi, Crystal.
Hey. Hi, how are you?
Good. How are you?
Good.
I'm great. This is crazy.
So yeah, he's not gonna say anything new, but how he says things, that's what I'm looking to see.
Well, speaking from experience, brother, is nothing like a near-death experience to change your perspective.
Oh, no doubt. That's why I'm saying it.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah, it'll wake you the hell up real quick. Like, whoa. You know?
Yep. Yep.
It'll snap your collar. Real quick.
Okay, y'all. Listen. I want y'all to take a look at something real quick. Came across my timeline. Was that earlier today? It speaks to what we were talking about yesterday about the how the Republican Party is, embracing young, young black men. And naturally, when you see black men doing something that you can't or won't do, you got something to say about it. So this clown, I don't know who the hell this is. This Reese Waters has some comments about Tim Scott and Byron Donalds. So we're gonna watch this real quick, and I want to know how y'all feel about this.
All right, let's get into
All right.
All right.
Hold on, because he just bastard. Because I left some comments on his thing. He come over here trying to start some nonsense. I got you. Fair use. Here we go. Oh, well, wait, let's start with this. So as y'all can see, the title says Trump sent Byron Donalds and Tim Scott home with no biscuits. Tim Scott is going to cry in the car. Byron Donalds is already there. Donald Trump has named J.D. Vance as his running mate, further elevating the Ohio Republican who has adopted the former president's populist agenda after years of pointed criticism of Trump. After lengthy deliberation and thought, and considering the tremendous talents of many others, this is a quote from Trump. I have decided that the best person suited to assume the position of Vice President of the United States is Senator J.D. Vance of the great state of Ohio. This is what Trump put on Truth Social. Trump's selection came on the first day of the Republican National Convention and just 2 days after he survived an assassination attempt at his campaign rally in Butler, Pennsylvania over the weekend. But it also comes after months of Tim Scott and Byron Donalds doing everything possible to sway favor to the eternal dismay of Black voters. So let's see what else he got to say, because I feel like I ain't going to be a fan. And we might not make it through all of this. It just depends, because I didn't watch all of it. Y'all know I hate foolishness. But here we go.
We'll see what President Trump decides. I'm going to support whatever he does.
It's a shame. It's a shame. Uh-oh.
I just love you.
Don Jr. asked, what was it about J.D. Vance? The first thing he said was he liked the way J.D. Vance was on TV.
You look like troubled waters. What we talking about?
Why he's so silly?
Hi, my name is Reese Waters, and I'm troubled.
You got that
playing.
right.
I'm just playing. I am not troubled. Today is a momentous occasion. I get to drag Tim Scott and Byron Donalds to the white meat for months of shuffling for no job. Don't forget to like the video and subscribe to the page. Now, as you guys, I'm sure, are well aware, Ohio's J.D. Vance has been announced as Donald Trump's running mate for the 2024 election. And I would like to congratulate the good people of Ohio. Hopefully you can finally get J.D. Vance out the paint. The better way would have been to, vote for somebody else. But, you do what you can. You take the wins wherever you can take the wins. Tim Scott, what you doing here?
I don't know what went into that process. I met the criteria to be selected, but I wasn't.
I know, man. I know. I mean, this is bad. I mean, he picked J.D. Vance despite what he said about him.
This is an evolution, and I know you've been asked about this before, about past comments that you've made about Donald Trump. You've said, I'm a never Trump guy, never liked him, terrible candidate, idiot if you voted for him, might be America's Hitler, might be a cynical a-hole, cultural heroine, noxious and reprehensible.
And that's not to mention his whole idea of family.
And this is one of the great tricks that I think the sexual revolution pulled on the American populace, which is this idea that, like, well, okay, these marriages were fundamentally, you know, they were maybe even violent, but certainly they were unhappy. And so getting rid of them and making it easier for people to shift spouses like they change their underwear, that's going to make people happier in the long term. And maybe it worked out for the moms and dads, though I'm skeptical, but it really didn't work out for the kids.
You've been buck dancing for months, and he just up and picks J.D. Vance despite all of that. I mean, this is bad. Even Nikki Haley and them got jokes. Which honestly makes a little bit of sense given how she helped you and you treated her.
Though there's a lot of tension, obviously, between President Trump and Governor Haley. That makes sense as they're headed to the showdown in South Carolina. But he says things like she may not be eligible to run, suggesting she wasn't born in the U.S., which she was. He calls her bird brain. He made comments about her husband being on military deployment as if he was trying to get away from her. Wall Street Journal says this: he seems to have forgotten, if he ever cared, that he will need some of her admirers to vote for him in November, talking about centrist Republicans, independents, even Democrats who voted for her. Is President Trump writing them off? Where does he think her supporters will go if he continues to attack her like that?
Well, there's no doubt that the race has gotten kind of challenging without any question. Listen, the rhetoric coming out of the Haley camp, talking about people's age. We see the Haley camp in the family referring to me as Judas Iscariot. We're hearing a lot of chatter out of the Haley camp, not only just matching the rhetoric from the Trump side, but actually going further. Why? Because they're desperate.
Did you ever think that she actually appointed you, Tim? And think of it, appointed, and you're the senator of his state, and she endorsed me. You must really hate her. No, it's a shame. It's a shame. Uh-oh.
I just love you.
No, that's why he's a great politician.
You told another man you loved him and had your fiance out here all by herself. Hell, you got a fiance.
Hold up. See, this is corny. First off. Ain't nothing wrong with a man telling another man he loved them. Y'all don't. That's what the fuck is wrong with y'all. Number two, I live in North Carolina. We are 35 minutes from state line, South Carolina. Nobody around here talk about Tim Scott was gonna be nobody's vice president choice. So where's he getting his information from? I'm always in South Carolina. That was never the conversation.
With Vance, it's like he didn't like Trump, but that's what I love about this country right now, because so many people are waking up to the fact that Trump is not what everybody said that he was.
Mm-hmm.
Let's not overlook.
What's your say? Go ahead. No, go ahead.
Well, let's not overlook that the guy's from Ohio, and historically, if you win Ohio, you win the presidency.
Thank you. I was about to go there. I was literally
okay. I did not know that.
Yes, yes. Ohio is super
Party.
important.
That's true.
Okay, well then that's strategic, and I love that. Like Trump is a smart man.
So does anybody think that maybe on Vance's side that, you know what I'm saying, him saying all of that? Because I mean, basically the only way he was getting attention was him talking crazy about Trump.
I think that he used to feel that way, just like a lot of Democrats did, because he did live in California for a while, according to what I've heard. Obviously it's the internet, so whatever. But like, that's what I've heard, that he did live in California for a while, but he is from the heartland.
Mm-hmm.
So he's got good values, just like, you know, you said you're from South Carolina or North Carolina. I'm from Georgia. I'm not sure about the other people on the panel, but like, we all have good values, I think. I mean, that's why I follow this channel. And I think that he's the same way, and he maybe just got bamboozled a little bit, like a lot of people did. And now he like a lot of people have realized, like my daughter, for instance, was so against Trump for the longest time. Like we had issues with each other for a while. And now she realizes like it's not what she thought. She's 21, by the way. So like, you know, she's in that age group where
she get ready to vote. Okay.
Exactly. So, and she finally has realized, she's like, look, I don't love Trump, but I friggin' hate Biden.
Well, you know, there for a bit, if you look at what was being taught in schools and things like that.
Exactly.
On the political level, it was all about going against Trump.
Yes. And that is what happened to her, because I've always been a conservative. I've always been this person, and she was very different for a while, and I just kind of, you know, let her be, but I'd still talk to her and stuff. And like I said, we had issues for a while, but now, you know, she kind of came around on her own, sort of. But yeah, I think a lot of people are doing that on their own.
We have to ask ourselves, do I really have to like the guy I work with? No.
Yeah. No, you don't.
No,
Did Scottie Pippen and Michael Jordan like each other? No. They won 6 championships, though, didn't they?
Shaq and Kobe.
No, but
Shaq and Kobe.
they're still good at what they do.
Exactly.
But that's my point. But I mean, we get caught up in that like shit too much.
Right.
And we don't ask, well, can they work together? Can they do?
Right.
Can they get the job done?
Well, that's like me and one of your people down there earlier were having that discussion, and I had to bring up, I've only had one true friend in my whole entire life. The rest of the people I know are acquaintances. Okay.
I understand that. Yeah.
Yeah.
Hey, I've worked with a lot of acquaintances. Okay.
There's not many people that I've gotten along with at work, but if they do a good job, I'm cool with them.
Yeah, that's still an acquaintance. That's an acquaintance.
As a young man, I was an area supervisor with McDonald's, right?
Yeah.
And I went to work for a private owner right before I went to work for Radio Shack. And Miss Annie owned about 19 McDonald's in northern New Jersey and probably another 20 Boston markets, right? Very smart woman. And I was considering not going to Radio Shack to be the assistant store manager. I was trying to get this promotion through her. And unfortunately, I didn't get the promotion, and I had a conversation with her. Why didn't you promote me? And she says, Van, you're the best manager I've ever seen. And I've seen a lot of McDonald's managers. You notice backwards and forwards. Upside, downside, inside, you know all of it. Nobody knows more than you about this. Here's your problem. I need you to take what's in your head and learn how to put it in other people's heads.
Yes.
You being my best manager, if I give you a task to get done, you will push the cart up the hill by yourself, or you will die trying.
Right.
So she says, I don't need you to do that. I need you to get other people to push with you. That's the leader I need. So Trump getting JD, bringing him over to the dark side is a good thing. You took somebody.
It's a light side.
Yeah,
we're gonna be on the dark side.
I know the dark side has cookies.
Yeah.
The dark side has
cookies. Cookies are for closers.
Yeah.
Well, I'm in Ohio, and
you're not always gonna like people right away. And some people you like right away, later on, you're gonna find out, you know what? this guy's a piece of shit, you know.
Right.
So sometimes, you know, if you work anywhere, you know what I'm talking about. And that person you least expect turns out to be your best friend.
Yep.
Yeah. No, that's a good point that you've made.
One of my best friend right now, when I first met him, we hated each other. We worked past our differences. We found out we actually think a lot alike and things like that. And now he's my best friend.
Isn't it funny how that works out?
Yep. And he's my one and true friend. So.
Yeah. My husband is someone I've known for almost 30 years, and he is my best friend, but there was a time when like it was kind of iffy. It's funny. There was somebody that said they were from Ohio.
That's Derek.
Oh, that's me.
Oh, okay. Yeah, let's hear about that.
I'm in Cincinnati. Middletown is 40 minutes up 75 going north.
Oh wow.
It's a small place, but you know, it's like I said, it's surrounded by Hamilton and Fairfield, and it's there. You know, it's in the middle of Cincinnati and Dayton. That's why they call it Middletown. It's quiet up there. I've been up there several times. They got a lot of factories around there. AK Steel is around there.
Still? They still have it?
Yeah, it's still there.
Oh, good. Because like in the movie that I saw, it was gone. It was done. It was over with.
Well, they had financial troubles throughout the years there, but it's one of the backbones in that area.
That's so cool.
It's still there. It was there last time I was up there, which was about 5 years ago. I went to pick up a crew that was there, and they were dropping off. It's a byproduct. It looks like coal, and I went to go pick them up. Yeah, it's still there. It's still there.
You talk about 75. We got 75 in Georgia, so I'm familiar. I know that's a north-south highway. Interstate.
Yeah. 75 joins 71 going from Cincinnati to through Covington. Then it separates around. I think 75 goes to Louisville, and I think 71 goes to. Sorry about that. 71 goes to Lexington, or vice versa. So it's
there's a Covington in Georgia also.
Oh, is it?
Yeah.
Oh, shout out to Eric Jordan. He's in South Carolina.
Yeah, sir. You gonna stop over South Carolina, and I don't see you. We gonna stop that.
Something something Berg. He said.
Yeah, we gonna stop that, sir.
Hey, where in North Carolina are you, almondeyez?
Charlotte.
Oh, Charlotte. Okay. I lived in Cary, North Carolina for a little bit.
Okay. That's not far. It's about 3 hours.
Yeah. It's nice.
Yeah.
All I can say is I've been to Charlotte, North Carolina twice.
Yeah.
The QC.
There's a lot of historical spots there in Charlotte that I really love to go to.
Oh yeah, we got a lot of monuments because we test stuff down around here.
I really want to go up north to like Pennsylvania, where all that history is.
Yeah,
there's a lot of history in Memphis.
Yeah,
yeah.
I love Memphis. I have the best time in Memphis.
Nashville too.
That's don't you stay
Nashville's
away from
got
the
it.
stay away from the hood. Don't go to the hood.
There's nothing like Tennessee, though.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I have
that's
the best.
that's where I live right now, here in Tennessee. So
I
I'm
need to go to
just
Nashville.
What's that?
I ain't been to Nashville in a while.
I think I'm 21 miles from the battlefield for Shiloh.
Okay.
Yeah.
Oh, Indiana.
One of the most bloodiest battles in the Civil War, Shiloh, Tennessee.
Yeah. This guy Eric Jordan is talking about he's in Indiana.
Yeah,
I've been to Mount Vernon, Indiana. It's really pretty up there.
He was just here a couple of days ago.
It depends on where you go at in Indiana, in my opinion. In my opinion, it depends on where you go at in Indiana. Because there's some spots I just did not like in Indiana.
Right. I agree. But that's everywhere. Everywhere. There's always spots you don't really want to go to, and there, spots you do want to go to.
Exactly. Right. And that's the thing. Team has a two. Folks don't want. I like they don't understand. They don't want to have no good road trip. There's nothing better than the road trip. Everybody want to, get on the plane and get all in your way and fly. Folks need to because that's where you also used to connect and you can recharge. You know what I'm saying? Get your relationship back on track with them road trips. Listen,
I've been to a lot of states in the South, and I actually feel bad because I really want to go overseas and Japan and that area. But I really need to see more of America first.
I've seen every state. I've been to every state east of the Mississippi except for Maine and Vermont, and I've been to Kansas, Oklahoma, and Texas west of the Mississippi.
I've been a little bit in Texas, and I've been to Oklahoma. Okay, you ain't missing nothing in Oklahoma. There is nothing there.
You ain't
except for the Route 66 museum.
Yeah. Oklahoma's flat. Oklahoma's flat, and there's nothing to see.
Nothing. Not a thing. But it's beautiful out there.
Yeah. Kansas. I like Kansas now. There's still some rolling hills there in Kansas and the in the eastern part of it, it's sort of pretty. And then Texas was different because where I went into Texas, that was all desert. I'd never been to a desert until I went to Texas. That was sort of different.
Yeah, I was just in East Texas. I went to Cattleman's Barbecue.
Oh, wow.
Lots of pork. Pork.
There ain't nothing better than some good ribs, child. Don't pay.
Oh my God, everything there was delicious.
I'd say the two prettiest sights though I ever seen in my life was one up in Wisconsin. I was in the northern part of Wisconsin, and I got to see the aurora borealis. And as I'm watching the aurora borealis, a meteor came down. And it exploded what looked like at treetop level, and it sent out some of the prettiest colors ever. And
that's what I want to see.
That was beautiful. Then, West Virginia. We just came out of Wheeling, West Virginia, and we were about 20 miles out. And if you're going down the interstate, there's a big lake way off that goes over to the right-hand side there as you're going east. And and we hit it first thing in the morning, and it was and it was fall time, so there was a bunch of orange and yellows and all that on the trees, and then that sun just coming up over that lake, and it looked like fire up through there. It was just freaking gorgeous, man. So them are the two pretty places, and that's why I'm glad I got to do a lot of traveling when I was a little bit younger.
Yeah. I also like to read all the plaques at the historical sites.
Yep.
Oh yeah. I actually got
I'm kind of a nerd that way, I guess. I love to learn as much. Like, I don't know a lot, but I love to learn.
I got videos on my channel of different historical plaques that I've seen.
For real?
Yeah, I sure do. I read them off why I was also showing them, and yeah, so I like that type of stuff myself.
Okay.
What is your channel?
News Now, Tammy Linlin.
Okay.
She hasn't told her dog yet that she's adopted.
I'm gonna look it up.
All right, y'all gonna run a little bit more of this goofy, this retarded video. But see, this is my issue with black people. This right here, just because you don't agree with, you know what I'm saying, their political affiliation, you know what I'm saying, because everybody has, you know what I'm saying, try to put themselves in the best position, you know what I'm saying, to get a promotion, or, you know what I'm saying, work on a project, or, you know what I'm saying, something that you wanted. Everybody's, you know what I'm saying, they try to put themselves in the best position for that. And just because it don't work out, that doesn't mean, you know what I'm saying, that other people need to be getting on, ragging you. Because again, we're talking about politics. And again, if you are truly about your party, then just because you didn't get what you want, you go, you know what I'm saying, just throw the whole thing in the trash. That's not what this is. But since that's your mindset, Negro, this is why we can't get together as black people. Because there's too many of us with that mindset. I'm like, I'm about to be like Big Sis Bestie. You colors won't stop coloring. Just won't do it. But let's see what else he got to say.
That was part of your role, and you fully committed to it.
Senator Tim Scott, who on August the 3rd will become a father himself, I will tell you in advance, it is the best yet most expensive form of entertainment you can possibly have. So happy early Father's Day to you. Happy Father's Day.
I love Trey Gowdy.
Thank you for joining us on a Sunday night.
Wow. I mean, and based on what JD said, y'all got to stay together now. Yeah, it's not even your choice. There's a baby involved. Tim, I mean, hopefully you're not too angry because we've seen what it looks like when you get angry.
I can't believe the hoax, this sham, this absolute injustice justice system. DA Bragg and the judge should be ashamed of themselves.
Come on, bro.
This
you got to
isn't just ridiculous.
I need
this
some more emotion.
actually erodes the confidence that Americans have in the justice
Turn the
system.
politician off, sir. Just turn it off real quick. Just
Unbelievable.
give us 10.
Unfreaking believable. But good news is coming. DA Bragg, hear me clearly. You cannot silence the American people. You cannot stop us from voting for change. Joe Biden's injustice, Joe Biden's two-tier injustice system, weaponizing the justice system of the United States
Don't say
of
nothing
America
about the justice system no more. You done said that 6 times.
Un-American. Joe Biden.
Do something about it.
Fired. We the people.
See, Tim, you were supposed to turn the politician off and just talk and be like, this some bullshit.
Wait, what's that?
That's how
Can
they
you
was
come
supposed
home? You know what? Let me ask.
Hell no.
It looks like a no for me, dog. I mean,
to come on the
Tim, you was out here denying basic racism.
You would be the first Black Republican VP on the ticket. How do you feel?
Well, I think it's exciting, no matter the outcome. It's the evolution
Everybody
of the
knew
Southern
that.
heart that we see on display.
Just I'm trying to figure out
and
what
we
he's talking
Southerners
about.
get so little credit
Hell,
for the
we down the street
progress
from this
we've made.
Negro and knew that.
The
You
whole
over here talking
notion
about some-
of judging a person on the content of their character, not the color of their skin, has happened. It's not going to happen. It's not around the corner. It's in the rearview mirror. We are living Reverend
Now, we
Dr.
ain't come
Martin
that far,
Luther
bro.
King
Hold on.
Jr.'s dream.
You didn't even acknowledge the whole black jobs comment.
The
We
president
ain't
used a
even come
phrase I
that
hadn't
far.
heard
I'm
before.
sick of the
Maybe
black
he's used
jobs
it,
comment.
maybe you've heard this, but he used
Hello,
the phrase
Larry,
saying
how
that
are you?
immigrants are coming into this country, undocumented immigrants, and they're taking black jobs and Hispanic jobs. What did he mean by that phrase, black jobs and Hispanic? What exactly does he mean? And does he mean low wage jobs? And why
Why
not just
y'all
say
wanna
low wage
ask him
jobs? Why does he
that?
have to insert race and or ethnicity into it.
I gotta tell you,
They're
one of
just
the things
taking
I thought was
jobs.
incredibly powerful on the issue of immigration was when President Trump said that we see our veterans homeless on the streets.
I'm gonna be real though, Tim. You can't be that mad. I mean, he did tell you you were better for him than you were for yourself.
I have to say, this is in a very positive way. Tim Scott, he has been much better for me than he was for himself. I watched this campaign.
He literally told you what it was. What's that smell?
You're not funny. First off,
Byron Donald, what's going on, man? How you feeling?
Let's agree on something. I am, obviously one of the better communicators in the Republican Party. I know how to put words together. I do it very, very often. So I'm not going to say something that I do not agree with.
Apparently, that's not true.
One at a time, murders in Milwaukee are down 39% since last year. And the Trump campaign's own election investigator in 2020 said that Wisconsin's results were legit. So if Mr. Trump feels so strongly that Milwaukee is a horrible city, why is he having his convention there?
Why would you ask him?
Well, two things. First of all, when you bring these comments up, please bring them in context. I'm glad that you mentioned what the campaign said afterwards, but I noticed that your network and a lot of the press are not doing that. With respect to Milwaukee, he was talking about allegations of voter fraud and also the crime rate.
He didn't mean it was a horrible city. Just the crime. The ways in which people say it's a horrible city. I need to know, Byron, because I don't think anybody else in the history of colors knows what it feels like to dredge up Jim Crow just to curry favor and still not get the job. I don't think any of us has ever gone to those lengths. I need to know how that feels.
During Jim Crow, the black family was together.
That's right.
During Jim Crow, more black people were
Tim Scott tried
conservative. Because black people always have
tried to
conservative
do
mindset.
what has always worked for the Democratic Party, where you can have a certain position, that clergy, churchy, Southern Baptist ideology, and that'll help you slide into a political position or office. And unfortunately, it backfired for him with the Republicans. He should have did that with the Democrats. They love that shit.
Exactly.
They love it.
Now, these first two comments that we
don't
heard
understand
from
what black jobs are. He's quoting Martin Luther King, and Martin Luther King used that same terminology.
Okay, why are we acting like we don't know what black jobs are? Why are we doing that?
Our check. That was Martin Luther King. But they like to pick and choose when they invoke him.
Okay, so he mentioned that I think he said the immigrants are taking black jobs. Is that correct?
Yeah.
Yes.
So, what exactly is black jobs? I mean, is it not just jobs?
No, jobs that are usually held by black people, like CNAs for one. That's usually where you find a lot of black women.
Customer service.
Because I mean, I was a phlebotomist, and like a lot of. Okay, so does that mean that I'm taking black jobs?
No, don't do that. Don't make it about you.
No, I'm just no. Listen, I'm just trying to have a dialogue. I promise.
I'm trying to answer your question. Just listen.
Go ahead.
This has nothing to do with white people at all, this conversation. So there are certain jobs in black areas that are held by black people. Historically, when they came over here after NAFTA in the late 90s,
that used to be a black man's job, Draco.
They started going after those jobs, and they took those jobs from not just from black adults. They also took those jobs from black children. So black children's unemployment skyrocketed in the early 2000s. Why? Because instead of hiring kids to do McDonald's and things like that, they're hiring Maria and Jose. That's
I can agree with that because
customer service.
I agree with that.
Janitorial work.
I just don't think that I don't think that they should be considered black jobs because all Americans do those jobs. But
that's not true.
It's like no, it is true. I am a white woman. True. I have done landscaping. I have done phlebotomy. I am now. Hold on. Hold on. Like I'm on your side though, is what I'm saying. I agree with you that they are taking jobs from us. But I personally am, that's just, I am white. That's what I was born. I can't fucking help it. Yeah. But like, they are taking our jobs. I now do remodeling, and a lot of jobs get taken from me and my husband because they are cheaper, but they do shitty fucking work.
They do. Now,
and it's not right.
Since you're saying they want to keep talking like Trump, you're saying just jumped out, started talking about black jobs. Joe was talking about black people right before Trump made that. He actually cut Joe off and was saying they taking the black jobs. So that's how that whole thing came into, fruition. Joe was talking about black people and working, and Trump cut him off and was talking about how the immigrants was taking the jobs. That's how the whole thing got started.
Yeah, I'm just saying, like, we can agree on that. We can even unify on that because they are taking our jobs. But it's not just one race. It's all of us.
Yeah, but I'm just saying the black part came out because that's what, Joe was talking about black people specifically at the time, right before Trump said that.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I don't know about that. I'm sorry. So I'm just talking about in general, like
debate. But the way they keep cutting it up was like, they asked somebody, like the moderator asked Trump a question, and the first thing came out his mouth was, they taking the black jobs. That ain't what happened.
Yeah.
But go back because I streamed the debate on my channel. So go back and watch it.
Okay.
That debate was the most messed up thing ever. But
that was
I saw some of it.
So y'all can see, because I know what I saw, and a whole bunch of other people saw it too.
I saw some of it, but I didn't watch the whole thing.
It was hard to watch, and I ain't gonna sit here and tell you no lie.
It was hard to watch.
Let's put it this way. I got so aggravated at it, I went out the door and threw a freaking rock as far as I could throw it, and then came back.
Like I said, I'm from Atlanta, and I've lived in some country areas too, and I've also lived in Louisiana right now, and it's like I have never had a problem with any sort of racism, that way, this way, or any. So like, it's not a thing for me. And when I say like they're taking jobs, they're taking it from all of us because you're my sister and I'm yours. Like I don't look at race like that. I never have. That's not how I was raised. So I don't know. That's just my take on it.
I think where you live, wherever you live, that's where, when you're going to McDonald's or the Kroger's or whatever, where you live, that's what you're going to see working there. As far as the farms and everything, we all know that it be migrant workers, quote and unquote, out there picking the cabbage and strawberries and everything else.
I disagree with you.
I think it's a demographic thing. Wherever you live, that's where you're going to see working. I live in a community that's mixed with white, black, and Hispanic. So I'm going to see white, black, and Hispanic. But if I go to the east side of town, was predominantly white, I'm going to see predominantly white people. It depends on your demographic or where you live. Now, what they should be talking about is stores. Who owns the stores in the black neighborhoods? As far as you're right, Arabs own all the gas stations around Cincinnati that I have seen. They own
And
all
all the
the
smoke
gas
shops?
stations. And what? Let me finish. And in the gas
Sorry.
stations, they sell fried chicken in the hood. Yeah, that's what they do. Years ago, it
But
used
I
to be
like fried
one black
chicken.
on. Years ago, there used to be one black on gas station on the corner of Winton Road and North Bend. I don't even think
Yeah.
it's black owned anymore because it used to be BP. Now I think it's either Shell or Sunoco.
Oh yeah,
And we
nah, ain't no
need
black
to.
people
They
on
they
it.
need to focus on people owning the stores
Exactly.
that represents the neighborhood. They're always talking about putting police in neighborhoods that represent the neighborhood. But we have to own our own property. We have to get that
But we
in
already
our
do there, because
minds.
remember, everybody got a business. So if everybody got a business, then ain't no black jobs for y'all to be upset about. What is the problem?
Because everybody don't own a business.
Everybody own a business, so yeah, so ain't no such thing as black jobs. So what the hell are y'all upset about?
I don't know, because in Louisiana, like there are a lot of black
Everybody's an entrepreneur.
like businesses. But these Cajuns, they know what they're doing. Like I don't know what to say. Like they get out there and they do their business.
Here in
now
Cincinnati,
the only
Go
hold
ahead,
on
I'm
one
sorry.
second. The only things that the Arabs own out here are the black beauty shops and the smoke shops and like the gas stations, which I don't agree with. I think that is catering to somebody who you want to take advantage of.
Here, most of the wig, quote unquote, wig stores are ran by Asians. All the gas stations, most of the gas stations are ran by, I don't know if they're Arabs, but I call them Mediterranean descent. So they from that region.
Right.
And most of the 90% of the gas stations around here sell fried chicken. The little corner stores, they all are, from that region. We don't own anything to represent our neighborhood. We don't own
we got to change
anything.
that.
All the soul food places, it's funny. All the soul food, there's just one place up here that sells nothing but fried chicken, and is owned by people who speak Arabic. So race does play a part of it. Race does play a part of it. I'm sorry, you can't get around it. You can't get around it.
Well, no, because where I live, black people do own businesses, and like I go to Popeyes for my chicken, but like, exactly. Like, and I appreciate when
I
there's
like some Popeye's chicken now.
I like Popeye's
absolutely
too.
they do it right. I don't know. It's just where I live is different, I guess. Like,
of course,
y'all need Bojangles in y'all life. Y'all go to Bojangles, y'all would not mess with Popeyes.
Of course,
no, girl.
I
Popeyes.
agree.
Girl, no.
Bojangles is better. Bojangles is better.
No. You see, the churches are Popeyes for me.
And see, churches,
Popeyes.
churches, and then Bojangles. Listen, yeah.
Now, I will tell you this: I have not had churches.
Yeah, churches is that takes.
Yeah. You might want to try churches.
You might want to get on that churches.
We don't have churches in Louisiana, but I will try it if I ever get the chance.
You gotta take a ride. See, now, when I went
you might have to take a road trip.
Thank you, Eric.
I might have to. Exactly.
Bojangles
is good though.
Oh, they are so good.
Hey, y'all, if I want some real fried chicken, though, I'll go down the road to Miss Philly. He's an older black lady, and I'll get some real fried chicken then.
That's
what we got to talk about.
I fried myself.
That's what we got to talk about. Anytime you get a chance. Sorry, anytime you get a chance to have a older black woman's food, any food, You know to take that. Like that's something. I already told you I was white. Okay.
You gotta watch her cooking because I know some old bras can't cook for nothing. Listen,
I do.
This older lady old and be talking. Folks be talking about they food fire. Then I get there and it be straight trash. I'm like, what is this?
Oh shit.
Well, I can tell you that. I can tell you this, Miss Silly, if you were to eat some of her food, you'd be going, damn, that's just like what Mama cooked or something like that. Because
Make you want to slap your grandma.
I just got done eating some greens that she made that had this big old chunks of pork in them and everything. I'm like, oh my God, this stuff is so good.
Yes.
Yeah.
Oh my God. Ugh.
I'd actually like to put my husband's greens up against anybody.
Y'all making me miss my grandma. Y'all making me miss my grandma.
God bless your grandma.
She would make a pot of chili. If you weren't there when she made it, you wouldn't get any. She would make this pound cake, and then she started to get into Amish cooking. Oh my goodness!
Damn.
Oh man,
that's interesting.
My grandmother used to make these green beans and. She called it fatback. She would use some fatback.
Yeah.
Oh,
yes.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Yes.
I know exactly what
I
you're
miss
talking about.
my grandma.
My grandma used to fry fatback. Yo.
Oh man, her candied sweet potatoes.
Now, my mama could make some yams now. Listen. Woo, Jesus.
All right, I'm hungry now.
I miss my grandma. Oh my goodness.
I'm so hungry now.
Y'all were talking about Cajun people.
Y'all better quit playing.
I love Cajun food.
Cajun people earlier, right?
Yeah.
I went down there to Louisiana, and I met these Creole people. They were black. They were black now. And
Creole Cajun.
Yeah, and I sat there, and you want to talk about some food, buddy?
Yeah.
Oh, they can throw down.
You will get fat eating their food now.
They can throw down. Give me a good pot of gumbo.
I'm telling you.
Oh, boudin balls, man. Boudin balls.
Y'all speaking my language.
My God.
Crawfish boil.
Yeah. Some good old jambalaya too, man. Oh my God.
Give me some gator. Oh man, I love Cajun food.
Oh, the best frog legs I ever ate came from Cajun.
I love my grandmother was from the South, and we went frog hunting one time, and she called it gigging. I don't know.
Yes.
And
frog gigging.
We caught these frogs. She took them back to the house and cut them up, fried them up. I was like, oh my goodness, I miss my grandma.
I'm telling you.
Oh, her house always smelled like mothballs and pound cake.
Mothballs and pound cake.
Oh my God! No, you don't understand. I moved to Louisiana. And they cannot get rid of me. They're not getting rid of me down here. Like, I'm here. I have done gained 20 pounds. Fuck it. I'm not going anywhere.
Get fat off of that food down
I
there.
know. Everything you just mentioned. The frog legs. Huh?
Have you tried gator yet?
I have. I've had gator tail. I've had frog. I've had turtle. I've had crawfish. Oh, crawfish is the best. Oh, my God. Oh my God, jambalaya! Everything you just mentioned, everything.
Love jambalaya, love it. I just don't like catfish.
My favorite.
I don't like catfish. I don't know what's wrong with me. I don't like catfish.
Wait a minute. You don't like catfish?
I don't like catfish.
You would if you had Gulf catfish. You would. It's not the same. It's not muddy.
It's the texture. It does. It tastes like muddy water to me. And it's the texture. Now, I like cod. I don't like whiting, and I don't like tilapia. So I like cod, mahi, wahoo, them types.
If you had catfish from here, it doesn't taste like mud. You're talking about lake catfish. This is Gulf catfish. It's good. It's wet. It's not muddy.
Yeah.
I'll take your word for it. I'll take your word for it. If I'm ever in that part,
because I've had Georgia catfish, which is muddy, and I've had Louisiana catfish, which is not.
I even tried swai, which is Korean catfish, and I didn't like that either.
You might just not like catfish. I don't know, but you should try. You should try.
I tried bluegill. I tried trout. I had other types of fish, but catfish, I just no. No.
Well, maybe you just don't like it.
Maybe I should try it from different regions. You know, because when I see it, it smell good, it look good, and then when I go to taste it, maybe I have that that precondition, like, oh, this is gonna taste bad. So it probably does. But yeah, if I get around and try different regions of food, I'll do it. I love barbecue. That's why I went to Memphis.
Louisiana has the best food of everybody. I don't care. I don't care what nobody says. Louisiana got the best food. That's why I'm happy now.
It depends on what type of food you're looking for now.
Right.
Because Southern Georgia, they got the best chicken and things like that, in my opinion.
Nope. No, they don't. No, they don't. I'm from Georgia, homie. No.
Southern chicken like that. No one.
Nope. Louisiana does it better.
Not. I'm going to have to disagree. Gonna have to disagree.
That's cool.
I mean, Popeyes is Louisiana style fried chicken.
But most people in Louisiana don't eat that though. They
they do.
I didn't know
they do.
How much you going to Popeyes?
Yeah, they do.
If we all thought the same way, if we all thought the same way about food and everything, guess what? This would be a pretty dull place to live.
Yeah, but no, Krista, you get to churches, you done forgot about Popeyes.
I'm gonna try churches, I promise.
Yeah, you got to get you some
churches. I ain't too fond of churches, but now that Bojangles, I like Bojangles.
Yeah, I haven't tried Bojangles.
Yeah, Bojangles.
Now, my husband is from here, and I don't think he wants me to try churches, but I'll try it.
Yeah, no,
you don't have to tell him.
And tell him
I do have to tell him.
When you get there, have him put it back in the grease.
Y'all
laugh. I'm trying to tell you, change your life. Be like,
I will try it. For you, I will try it. I promise you. Like I'm not just saying that. I will.
Get you some okra. Get you some okra.
Oh, honey, I love okra.
That's what I'm saying. Get you some chicken. Just get you some chicken and okra. Don't get nothing else. That's
okay.
all you need churches. That's it.
I will try that. That will be it. Wait, churches has okra?
Yes.
They do.
Okay, because Popeyes don't have any vegetables.
Yeah, Popeyes ain't trying to have it. Yeah, churches got okra.
Okay.
And corn.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to try that.
They also got mashed. They got mashed taters and they got corn and they got stuff like that too at church.
Yeah. The funny thing is about Popeyes is the joke anyway is about their biscuits. They're like hockey pucks. You get a meal and a game afterward.
They do. They kind of dry, but I mean, hey.
Yeah, they're very dry. But the chicken's good.
They're a little dry, but I mean.
Asian podcast because they got a Bojangles in Columbus.
Really?
Yes. Yes.
I like Bojangles.
I had Bojangles over the weekend.
The closest one to that is Georgetown.
Okay.
The sad thing about North and South Carolina is they really don't have any good soul food restaurants.
Yeah,
that's the truth.
Yeah.
I get off in my kitchen.
You know.
So I think somebody asked me if I had been frog gigging before. I went frog gigging in Georgia, like when I was a teenager.
I grew up frog gigging, man. I grew up poor as hell. I mean, I was poor. We had to go out in the woods and get our food, and I grew
we
up
didn't have no
doing
money.
that. Oh my
Atlanta's
God.
different. Atlanta has a lot of good restaurants,
Yeah.
variety of restaurants in Atlanta. That's one big difference between Charlotte and Atlanta, and I give Atlanta that advantage is the restaurants.
Everybody want to cook in a crock pot around here.
I love a crock pot. What are you talking about?
No, ma'am. No, ma'am.
Oh.
No. I was raised crock pots is for transporting your stuff to the work function. Yeah, that's
there you go. Yeah, that's true.
That ain't
well, sometimes it's good if you're working and you need to do something that, you know what I mean, you ain't got time. But like for the most part, we cook our food.
Yep.
So you can get around that too. Cook your stuff. Put stuff on low and go to sleep. I do it all the time.
Yeah.
No, like for real, like Thanksgiving or something. Like I'll put my turkey on, like and I think the last Thanksgiving, I put that thing on like 10 o'clock. And that thing was on like 2:50. Man, I went to sleep. That turkey was on point. that whole turkey on 2:50. That turkey was right. That thing it literally fell apart.
Something that surprised a lot of y'all. A lot of your best soul food restaurants, if we on that topic, are in New York and New Jersey.
I was going to say one of the best soul food places I ever went to was in downtown Rochester, right across the way from the homeless shelter, buddy. And I tell you what, that I can't remember the name of that place, saved my life for me. But that food there was off the chain, man. You go down to downtown Rochester, down to Chester and I forget the Chester or whatever, but you'll know it because you'll see the big homeless shelter there, and it's straight across the road from it. And I'll tell you what, you want to eat some soul food, you go there. You'll eat some good soul food.
I just don't think of New York as having good, or I'm sorry, anywhere in the north of the United States as having good soul food.
Well, a lot of the people that's up north came from the south.
True.
So during the first and second migrations, where did those people go? New York and New Jersey.
Yeah.
Yep.
Chicago, Philly. Right? So that's what created that, like what y'all call soul food to me was just everyday food. Like when I first people was like, "Oh yeah, I know you're glad down here. You get you some soul food." I'm like, "What's soul food?" Oh, this is soul food, grits, this, that, this. I'm like, I eat that every day.
Yeah.
Like,
that's this dinner.
Right, that's dinner.
Like I don't necessarily use that term because, like I said, like where I live, it's just the food. But I mean, I do know that it is called that in, or whatever.
Well, Black people had to make a lot of assumptions about each other, especially back then time. I mean, the internet has closed the world and made everything closer together. But back then, the people up north had an understanding what they thought, of preconceived notions of what the South was, and vice versa.
Right.
And they never experienced each other. It was people up north would say, "Oh, the South, they slow down there. It's slow." What are you talking about?
Hey, by the way, the name of that restaurant, I just looked it up. It's called Bobo's Chicken Shack.
Not Bobo.
Oh yeah, Bobo's.
They call Bobo's.
They literally have people come from all over the world to go to that place. Literally, that's how good their food is.
Like Nana or that kind of thing. Medea. That's what Bobo is. It's
yeah.
Like grandfather. That's what Bobo is.
And they literally people. I was actually talking to people in that restaurant that came from England that knew about that restaurant and wanted to go there.
Dang.
Oh wow.
Well, that's how Sylvia's is in Harlem. Sylvia's is world famous, worldwide. You can actually go on Amazon.
I just wasn't that impressed.
You could go on Amazon and order the spices that they make in that restaurant. So we'll have
just like the same thing with Paula Dean. her restaurant. I was like, okay.
Down in the
Oh Lord, Paula Dean. She's
like,
an embarrassment.
I be road tripping, be going to these people's stuff, and sometimes I be so disappointed. I was like, shit, I could have just stayed in town and went to my grandmama's house before she died. I used to go and eat. Hell, I could have been selling my take home plate for her house for top dollar.
You didn't hear about Paula Dean, did you?
What she do now? She do a lot.
It's not what she did now. She did it. I don't even remember. It was a little bit ago, maybe a year or two or so ago. But she said some things that really pissed off the black community. I'm not going to repeat it.
She always saying something to piss off the black community. And folks still be over there at the restaurant. So how mad are you?
She said something, but she said the thing.
Oh, you talking about that N-word?
Yeah, she called somebody a nigga. I know what you're talking about. That was years ago.
She been
Yeah, it was. I know it was years ago, but I don't remember exactly how long ago. But I know she said something, and it was not cool.
She been doing it.
No, we play that game, okay?
And I don't know why niggas is sensitive about that. The way we call each other, child, please.
Right, that's my point.
Well, I just try to be respectful. Like, I don't want to say anything that's degrading towards people.
Right, because
if somebody is like, "Oh, that's degrading,"
we call we call white people crackers. Y'all ain't all up in arms and trying to, riot and ruin people's livelihood. We call crackers to your face. Y'all just like, all right. Well,
I mean, I just don't give a shit what people call me. I don't care what people call me. It don't matter to me.
Do you know what I said when the first black person called me a cracker? I said, you think I'm crazy or something? Is that what you're trying to say? That black guy laughed his ass off at me. He said, you a dumbass white boy, ain't you? That's what he told me and laughed.
You trying to call me salty?
Yeah, y'all ain't out here, damn. Oh no, they cause the cracker. We got to ruin their life, child.
Oh Lord.
I'll be over.
I don't know. I'm just saying, like, I just stay away from certain things.
Well, you got a small percentage or a small minority of people who are very vocal in our demographic, and a lot of times things that they react to, people make the assumption that they're speaking for the quote unquote community. First of all, it isn't the black community anymore.
Draco just cracked me up down there. Draco said, call me a cracker, but don't call me a saltine.
What I ain't understand what Paula was like, you really calling your employees niggas to their face, like they ain't in there cooking your food, like, okay.
Right. If anybody deserves a black pass, it's motherfucking Paula Dean. I'm sorry. She's the top.
Why you say that?
All right.
She's allowed to say one free nigga every year.
Yeah,
what the fuck?
She is loud. I'm sorry.
They say it was more her sons cutting up than it was her. She was just taking up for him.
I know, it's just historically that is a degrading term. And I don't know. I don't like degrading people.
It don't bother me. Yeah, I'm sorry. Maybe I'm different.
Well, I'm still not gonna say it to you.
I know I'm different. Well, first time my thing is I know you saying it when I ain't around, so
no, I'm not.
No, I'm just saying like that. I'm just saying to the people who say
oh. Well, screw them.
When I ain't around, so I mean, what
you know what's more offensive to me than nigga?
What?
African American.
Okay.
That's a very
do you know what one of the most offensive terms I've heard as of late for Native Americans?
What?
And to me, it's just as good as calling me a red N-word. Indigenous.
Oh.
Indigenous.
I mean, all of those.
I am so tired of hearing that word. It's become offensive to me.
Yeah,
wow.
that's what I say. I was born in 1976. The term African American did not exist.
Right.
Why are you calling me that? Barack Obama was an African American. Michelle Obama was Black American. Get it?
Yeah. Yeah.
Understand?
I do.
Right, they different. That's
the thing about African American that I never understood is like somebody who has never been in Africa, was born here. Like, you're an American.
Right.
Well, Jenny, everybody with dark skin ain't black.
That part. I'm so tired of us with that.
So you got the continent of Africa full of black, dark people. They ain't us. They look different from us. And if you look at them, you could tell them apart. You be like, oh, he from Africa.
Right.
And if you see somebody from Haiti, you could tell them apart. Oh, yeah, they're Haitian.
Right.
You look
they black Creoles. They black Creoles, they had blue eyes.
Yeah.
It's similar to the way Chinese people and Japanese people are. They can tell each other apart. Right. We can't really. At times we like they look like us, but they get real hot. I Korea, motherfucker. You know they'll cut you out. You know.
Don't call me Asian. I've had that come to me. I said you're an Asian.
The Puerto Ricans.
Them Chinese people go smooth off if you call them Korean.
So
I said that. I said this to a group of people that they were Asian. This happened at a Golden Corral down in Florida. I said, you're Asian people. They said, don't be calling us Asian. We're Korean. And they were ready to fight over it, buddy.
Yeah, I'm trying to
wow.
That was offensive to them.
Well, I'm just going to stop calling anybody anything. How about just human? Hey, you human.
No, because somebody will find something wrong with that.
I know, right?
History.
Yeah, furry will get all pissed off at you.
Oh my God, I don't understand them people.
You have a word in history, right? It's called syncretism. And that's what the Romans did. They conquered people and they didn't force the people to give up their beliefs. What they did is they took over those beliefs of the people they conquered. Syncretism. And that allowed people, their names got changed all throughout history, and where the ramifications of that. So none of us really know our original tribal names, our original biblical names. We don't know them anymore because America is the end product of Rome, and America, throughout all the colonization that we've done throughout the world, we just pretty much assume American history is everybody's history. America's interpretation of history is what we should go by, and it's wrong. It's wrong.
No, I agree.
And it throws us off. I mean, because when you start having certain conversations, you're like, wait a minute, okay, this don't make no sense. This don't make no sense. When you go back far enough, you start looking at certain maps and time periods, you're like, okay, I'm thoroughly confused. Red and I was on the other night about this. Red Illusion, I don't know where he's at. He was in the chat earlier. We was talking. Me and Red talk about that all the time. And I try to, him and Snowman, and I clear a lot of things up for them. And I remember we was all having a conversation and they asked me a question. I gave them the answer. And simultaneously, they was like, oh shit, that makes all the sense in the world. Why didn't we know this? I said, because they purposely didn't want you to know. They wanted us to be divided and confused and misinformed. So why?
Absolutely.
Because it was about class. It wasn't about necessarily race. The rich people wanted to keep their money, and they didn't want us poor people teaming up with each other. That's what it was about.
Right.
At that time.
Right.
They woke up and said, damn, you know what? If these poor whites and poor blacks get together and figure this shit out, they're going to come get us.
Yep.
Absolutely.
That's the 1%. The plutocrats, as we call them,
Right. Yeah, that's why we have to unify. We have to be one. Like, we have to be together.
Well, I think we can have our own individuality and not be clones of each other.
Yeah.
but just understand what the plan is. Like if we understand, hey, over there are against us and it's more of us. So you do your thing. Like I said, Obsidian says it all the time. Good fences make good neighbors. Good fences make good neighbors. You know,
we got to work together.
Be so intertwined, and I think we do too much sometimes, and it fails. and we just can't be honest. You know, I know with my channel, I know a lot of, especially white guys, they find my channel and it's like a breath of fresh air. They like, wait a minute, finally it's a black guy telling us the truth. He's speaking to real people. He's not sugarcoating it. No, I'm gonna speak straight up. You know, but you don't get the Tim Scotts and they're shuffling, as my man saying on the video. They're shuffling and bojangling and all of that kind of crap, you know. You can't do it for so long. You can't keep that shuffle up. Be honest about your shit, dude.
Right.
You know, but I found it funny also. I was gonna say this earlier. We were offended by this Black Jobs comment. So supposedly it didn't bother me at all. I knew exactly what they were talking about. But when Biden goes out there and say you ain't black if you don't vote for me, that was okay.
Yeah, that blows my mind.
Yeah.
Are you shitting me? That's okay.
Like,
who gives?
Like, how does that make you feel?
I'd have punched him in his face if he had been near me.
Thank goodness, because I think that pissed everybody off.
I know a lot of black folk that feels the same way. I
can ask you how you feel or think about something, but I can't jump in and like you're trying to describe your situation or your perspective, and I cut you off. Like, hold on a minute, man. Let me take over. Like, who the hell am I to speak for you?
Yeah.
And you know, like, and I've never been you. I can't speak for Tommy here. He's Native American. Well, I better not call him Aborigine. But
no, actually, Aboriginal don't bother me. It's that new word.
I can't speak for him. I don't know. Yeah. I have an understanding. I know a lot of the history, but I can't speak for him. He has to speak for him.
Yeah.
Right.
See, but you got to remember, Native Americans and Democrats have not in history gotten along at all.
No.
Okay. The Democrats is what put us on the trails of tears. Okay. 12 trails of tears for the Muskogee Creek
you were
people.
buying your scouts. Yeah, I know.
Yeah. And there were 6 for the Cherokee and the Iroquois and all of them. Okay. And that was all Democrats that did that under Andrew Jackson. Now let's go with Andrew Jackson. Okay. Andrew Jackson, he founded the KKK as well.
Jeez.
Okay. Now let's go with Andrew Jackson some more. And this is where Biden and Andrew Jackson are coming together and why I really despise Biden. Okay. Andrew Jackson had a man called McIntosh. Is that a Native American name? No, that's a Scottish or an Irish name.
Yeah.
And that man, he appointed as the man that spoke for the Native Americans in the southeastern part of the United States. Well, McIntosh was never allowed to speak for the Native Americans because it's a vote by the people, and the people never voted him to speak for them. Okay, so needless to say, this guy went to Congress and said, yeah, it's okay, we'll sell you Georgia. Okay, well, that's how the United States acquired Georgia, was through McIntosh and his lie, and saying he was speaking for the Native Americans when he wasn't even Native American. Okay. Then that's how they acquired Georgia. Okay. Now let's fast forward to Biden. This is how they coincide. The guy that they had, quote unquote, the Native American speaker for Biden's cabinet come to find out, is an Indian from India. He has no tribal council gave him permission to talk for them anywhere.
Wrong Indian.
Now, are we looking at the same damn thing coming down the pike that Andrew Jackson did to our people again? You see, that's why Native Americans are very offstandish for Biden. Don't let Biden think that bullcrap Biden had of all these white people up there dressed in Native American outfits. And they said, oh, yeah, we agree with them. We agree with them. Most of them were white people dressed in Native American outfits playing Indian. Okay? So, yeah, don't let that fool you.
Paul Mooney once said he had a Native American friend, and his friend told him, don't sign nothing unless you let us read it first.
Correct.
Yeah.
Think about that.
So there's just some real history summed up. That was a sum up. I could sit there for 15 hours talking about that subject. Okay. I just summed it up, you know, and I thought that was a very valid reason as to why, if you ask Native Americans, most don't like Biden.
Well, the
Nobody likes Biden.
The Democrats have been talking unity, and we're gonna bring America together, and all of this, and back together, and all of this rhetoric that they talk. When has America ever been unified? Never.
We're more divided now than we've ever been. Well, not ever, but like than we have been in a long time.
In 47 years of my life, I've never seen the United States divided more than it is right now.
I mean, for me, I have a different perspective. I mean, to me, it depends on where you are. I mean, believe it or not, the most segregated part of this country is the Northeast.
Mm-hmm.
That is the most segregated part of this country. And that was shocking to me, you know, when I really came to that realization. You know, you would think, you know, it being a blue state and a blue area, they would be so liberal. They're very segregated.
Very much so.
Segregated, yes. I mean, outside of a couple black hubs, when you get outside of those hubs, you're in suburbia, all white for the most part, you know. And they don't intermingle very much. And you know, and throughout history, you could just see the white flight. I mean, especially when you look at the great migration out of the South into those areas, that triggered white flight out of those areas, you know, so you had the cause and effect, and that's still prevalent there. That never got corrected. But then you come down south where towns are smaller, people are more whites and blacks have been always mixed for the most part.
Mm-hmm.
You know, I didn't see that until I came down south. You know, I went, you know, the schools I went to were predominantly black. And when I went to school in North, you know, up in the North, and, you had a gathering of whites and races and things, but for the most part, 90% black, you know. But when I came down here, you might have towns that are 50% black, 50, you know, that kind of thing. And the schools reflected that. And even the relationships affect that. Even on the job, you see that, you know. But you go up north, it's still pretty much segregated. So I asked
go
ahead.
Sorry. I was just gonna say all the schools I've ever been to have been both. You know, I've never been to a school that was just one.
That's my point. And that's the South.
Yeah.
Now, when I grew up, I grew up in a almost predominantly, I mean, very few blacks, predominantly white. And you said that's all you saw at the school was white. The black kids stayed at home and got schooled at home.
That's probably better anyway.
They seem to be a lot smarter than 90% of the kids I went to school with. I'll tell you that now.
But yeah. So I mean, it depends on the part of the country, that we're talking about.
Yeah.
And the time period. Because some things were true 30 years ago, 40 years ago that definitely aren't true right now. Like the homeschooling may have been a great thing 30 years ago. I question these parents that are trying to homeschool their kids. And COVID proves my point.
Yeah, no, you're right about that.
Now we got a bunch of kids who can't read and write. Well, they were at home with their moms and dads.
They ruined my daughter's high school experience with that COVID bullshit.
But my point is that if all of these people who are so capable of homeschooling, here's your opportunity going to this during this shutdown during COVID, it should have been a lot smoother. But it wasn't. It was a mess.
But you got to remember, from when that was in the early 80s into the late 80s, okay, when I went to school. Right. So needless to say, you got to remember back then, families cared more about their children than they do today. And I'm sorry, the lack of care for children today is bad.
Yeah.
I mean, we were primarily raised, and me and Tommy here are almost the same age. We're about a year apart. So, but we were raised primarily by the silent generation. Our grandparents' generation is who we were raised by. The real old folks.
I'm a lot younger than you guys, but my grandparents raised me too, and they're of the silent generation.
How old
so I'm a little bit different.
How old are you?
I was born in '83, so I'm 40.
Yeah, you're young, pup.
Yeah, but
I'm still into that. So she's right there. She's right on the.
But I was raised by the silent generation because my mother, like I told y'all earlier, my mother was a drug addict.
And that was our story. That was everybody's story. Mom and dad got out on drugs. We all were latchkey kids.
Actually, I was quite lucky. Neither one of my parents did drugs or alcohol. So,
well, that's good.
Lucky in that aspect.
Yeah.
And it reflected on me because I don't think I didn't have the opportunity to have drugs. I had them in my face all the time. But no,
they're everywhere.
I kept saying no, and I'd walk away because I didn't want it.
Yeah.
So we really have to, as Americans, we have to start being honest and having honest, intelligent discussion. And often in what I've seen, particularly in the manosphere and all of this in recent years, everybody is just echo chambers, talking points. People really don't understand what they're saying. They've done no research to acquire the knowledge that they think they have. As the Bible will call it, they have vain thoughts. They give themselves credit. Vain thoughts meaning they give themselves credit or achievements for unearned benefits or whatever.
Right.
Well, that's about like that kid today when I told him about how I destroyed him with that Biden and how he's looking like Andrew Jackson. Okay. He says, but I've researched. I said, let me guess. You're reading.
That's not.
You're reading. Okay, hold on. I said, you're looking and reading a book made by Arnold P. Schwarzenegger. He said, how did you know? I said, because that book's been out since the 1920s. It's been revamped. And Arnold P. Schwarzenegger, think about that. That is a Polish name. What the heck does a Polish person know about Native Americans that never lived with Native Americans? So all he was doing was listening to stories that people would tell him and he'd write about them. That was not meant to be a research. book. It was meant to be a storybook, and they turned it into a research book. And so, needless to say, I already had him on the ropes when that happened, and then I'd let him know true history. But because he read that book about Arnold P. Schwarzenegger, he tried to tell me about my culture and my life and what I grew up in and had firsthand experience. Okay. And then I made him realize he didn't know nothing. You see, and that's aggravating.
Yeah.
Right. You're trying to have an advanced conversation with people who don't even have the basic fundamentals now. Like any of us who've gone to college, it's like you're trying to have a 401 class discussion with people who haven't taken a 101 class yet. You know,
Right.
that kind of thing. And they can't even admit you haven't taken 101. They can't even admit they don't know what they're talking about. I find this all the time. Even with the Tim Scott argument he made on this video that Almondeyez played with I love these ninjas. That's my nice way of calling them niggas, okay? Ninjas. So you can say ninja, by the way. You can say ninja. You're allowed. You got my permission.
That's funny.
So anyway, what they want to say, they love pandering, and they love using people. Racism don't exist no more, right? They love saying that thing. I was on a panel one night with a bunch of guys, and I shut it down. I said, look, let me ask you this. Can we agree that racism existed at some point in the past? Yes, I can, he said. Okay. Your argument now is racism doesn't exist today. So my question to you, young man, what year did it end? Give me the decade. Silence.
Right.
It changed forms, or maybe you didn't understand what racism was to begin with. Maybe you just didn't
change your word.
We call things racist in racism that ain't. I don't like you white. That ain't racism. That's prejudice. That's bigotry. Right. Man, them niggas show love eating fried chicken is prejudice. Now, me using my wealth, power, and resources to make it so you can only buy chicken is racism.
Right.
There's an economic thing and the other isn't. But most black people, most people in America, we don't get it. We just everything is racist. Everything is offensive. Everything is disrespectful.
It's easy.
Like doesn't mean it's disrespect. You just didn't like it. Doesn't mean I didn't disrespect. I mean I disrespected you. Oh, I don't. These young kids, especially today, anytime they hear anything they don't like, oh, you disrespected me. No, I'm not. You just don't like it, and you're not used to people.
I called somebody lazy for not putting their buggy up, and I actually didn't even see the person that did it. I just kind of set it out into the ether or whatever because I was upset about it. They put it next to my car, and it turned out that it was a black woman, and I guess her daughter heard me or something, but they came back at me with all this racist stuff, and I didn't even know who it was. I didn't know what color they were or whatever. And it was just all this, oh, you're racist. And I was like, no, dude. Like, I was just saying, like, it just seems lazy.
That's my point. That's a perfect example of what I just said. And that should explain it for you. The reason they call you that is because they're ill-informed.
Mm-hmm.
2 Peter 2:3. Things are hard to understand. Peter was talking about Paul's letters, the New Testament, right? And he said, these things are hard for you to understand because you're unlearned. You're unlearned and unstable. And he goes on to say in that passage, not only is he talking about Paul's letters, New Testament, and other things. They're unlearned and they just react. They just react to shit. You know? And that's why the black job triggered people. Why? Nigga pie or nigga cake. Let me tell you about nigga cake. My uncle, oh my God, my uncle's so funny. My Uncle Candy my grandfather had 13 brothers and sisters. And my grandparents went out of town for the holiday. I came home from college and I went to have dinner with my aunt and uncle. So I baked the cake. I baked chocolate cake. And when I got over to that house, I was so proud of myself. I had never made a chocolate. I ain't made one since. When I pulled that doggone chocolate cake out, he looked at that cake and said, "What the hell is that? I ain't eating that nigga cake."
I'll eat some.
I could not stop laughing.
That's funny.
But you got to consider the era in which he grew up in.
Yeah, yeah.
He wanted white cake. He didn't want black cake.
Right.
I cannot stand white chocolate.
Yeah, that's gross. White chocolate is gross.
My grandfather
loved
cake because it was all white for whatever reason. And I personally can't stand it.
Yeah, now white cake is good depending on what you flavor it with.
Yeah.
But yeah, I mean, but it was funny when he said that shit to me, and I just had to consider the source, where it was coming from, and I just fell out laughing. I ain't eating that nigga cake.
I'm just gonna say this: you take it for what it is. Okay, the darker the chocolate, the better the taste.
I got the gist behind what he said because I grew up in that era.
Yeah.
That's why I laughed. I thought that was funny as hell.
That shit is funny. It blew my mind too. It blew my fucking mind. I spent a lot of time around old people and just how they
That's
thought.
funny.
My grandfather's sister, she was the oldest of the 13, and she just died 3 years ago. 3 years ago now, she was 103 years old. She outlived all of them.
Oh my Lord.
Phenomenal memory, but just think about her lifetime. What she
that's a lot.
She's seen everything.
Yeah,
she's seen it all. Oh my God, that woman, man, and could cook. Y'all talk about some cooking shit.
Yeah,
still cook. Oh man, I'm Panina. Her name was Panina. You know, they don't even make them names no more. Them old people names, Panina.
Yeah.
I cannot imagine being alive for a century.
That's what I'm saying.
My grandmother was 88 when
she
died.
And
imagine what they just put them in the Guinness Book of World Records because they were actually able to put a timeline to him. It took years for them to put a timeline to him.
Wow.
152 years old before
hold on, try 152 years old.
Whoa.
Did you hear what I just said?
What?
46 years old before she was able to vote the first time.
Whoa.
Yeah, there you go.
Put that in perspective.
That's crazy.
Put that in perspective.
I'm glad she got to though.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, she was such a wonderful spirit. And she was feisty. You know, we all had that story. You know, these God-fearing women, how they can really get crunk every now and then. You know.
Oh God.
I remember they was all down at the house. We got property down in Ruby, South Carolina, and we were having a family reunion meeting. And all of the brothers and sisters that were still alive was there, and they was arguing. My grandfather was like 80-something years. No, he wasn't quite 80 yet. He was like 78, I guess. They arguing, and my aunt spoke up. She was quiet, and then she raised her voice, and everybody shut up. She said, "Shut up, Thomas. You're still a baby."
Yep.
Well, you want to talk about a little old lady that commanded respect. Now, imagine this: we're at a tribal council meeting. Okay, we have 5 nations there. Miss Tiger decided she wanted to talk. She was 101 years old. She decided she wanted to talk. Now, you got these tribal chiefs, okay, that are arguing amongst each other, and she wanted them to shut up and listen. And she stood up, and all she did was tap a cane on the floor, and that whole 2,500 and some people just shut the hell up, and you could have heard a cricket fart at 1,000 yards.
Well, what amazed me at that family reunion meeting, it wasn't so much the silence. I'm the youngest person there. I think I was cooking or doing something for them. I was just kind of like listening, like ear hustling. And but it was the perspective. She called a 78-year-old man a baby. That's because she was 20-something years older than him.
Right.
Think about that.
Right. That's why Miss Tima Tiger, Miss Tiger, she could do that. She was way older than everybody else there.
At that time, how, like, again, it was 13 of them. You know, you ain't spitting out a baby every year, okay? Sometimes there's a couple of years in between kids, you know. So they at least from the first one to the oldest is going to be a minimum of 13 years apart. So somehow the way, you know, if you know they got spread out to 20, 22 years, but it was amazing to me. And they all were named after presidents, all of the brothers, you know. My grandfather was Thomas Jefferson, and his brother was William this and this. They all had those kind of names, and it was amazing time. And from a little town in South Carolina called York, South Carolina. That's just outside of Rock Hill. York, South Carolina. That town has not changed very much in my lifetime. It pretty much looks identical to the way it always has looked. It's amazing, like in the North and South Carolina, when you probably in Georgia too, when you get outside of the major area, about an hour or two out, and you get to those small towns, it's like stepping back in time. It's like
right.
Time.
Yeah.
It's amazing. It's amazing. You know, I always found that fascinating. When I
spent a lot of time north of Atlanta, a couple hours north of Atlanta, in like Dahlonega and such as very country areas that are really pretty, really nice up there. But yeah, like you said, it's like time just stops.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, my grandfather explained it to me, the old highway system. So before the interstates were built, most of those towns were on the old highway system. Highway 1, 301, 601, 17, 16.
Highway 60.
Right. So when the interstate came through, a lot of those towns died because they didn't have the traffic to sustain the business.
Or they would build the highway or the interstate in a different area that bypassed the town.
Yeah, that's my point. So it took the traffic away from the old highway. The old highway system is still there.
Yep.
I mean, US 1 goes all the way down to Florida, to the tip of Florida, and it goes way up damn near into Canada, I think.
Yeah, it's in northern Maine. Yeah.
301 is that way. 601 is that way. 601 goes from Florida way up into Ohio. I know that for a fact.
301 goes down into Florida and comes way up.
Yeah, it comes right through here.
Yep.
I've probably been on some of those roads and didn't even realize it. Like, because I know 75 and 85 and, you know.
Yeah. So if you ever get lost, right, you know.
Yeah.
You know some of these roads sound familiar. So if you lost, get on one and go north or south, whatever way you want to go. You know, depending on where you're at. So, 52.
Well, guys, I have to actually go. My phone is about to die, and it's almost 1 o'clock.
We're gonna rock.
It's about 1:30. I'm gonna wrap this on up.
Yes.
All that soul food talking. I had to go put my black eyed peas. I have to soak my black eyed peas. And
why they can't just be peas? Why they got to be black peas though?
Okay, the white peas with the black circle.
Those are the best peas. The black eyed peas are the best ones.
Yeah,
I had to find my. I don't have any ham hocks or turkey or fatback. I got some turkey tails. I had to get them together.
Making the most.
Yeah. I think tomorrow I'm frying some chicken, some cornbread, some black eyed peas.
Cornbread. You want to tell me?
We're all gonna come to your house.
What's your cornbread, right? When you make your cornbread tomorrow,
yeah,
don't use water. Use applesauce.
Ooh.
Yep. It's good.
I don't have any.
It's good.
You got all day.
We used to keep applesauce too. We used to keep it. It just people stopped eating it and it started to go bad. So yeah, I like applesauce.
Yeah,
don't nobody else.
Use that in replacing your water, man. Your cornbread will be phenomenal.
Nice.
I want to make some corn cakes. I want to make some corn cakes.
Then you after you give your blessing.
I ain't had corn cakes in a minute.
Oh, bring back the days of the fish grease sitting on the back of the stove.
Right.
To the hot coal.
I want to thank you for having me on here, and I've actually had a great time. I really appreciate it.
Oh, you are most welcome. Feel free to come back tomorrow. Y'all know tomorrow gonna be fire with Trump talking.
Yeah.
I might have to pop some popcorn. I might have to get my drink on for that one.
Make sure you subscribe to both channels because we broadcast on both channels. So
Okay.
We're simulcasting, but sometimes we'll be on mine. Sometimes we'll be on this one. So make sure you subscribe to both so you don't get left out.
Right.
I will not. I mean, I will not get left out.
Yeah, come back.
I will.
I'm going to Bojangles.
Y'all have a good night, and I will definitely be visiting Bojangles and churches soon.
Please do. Yes, ma'am. It changed a lot.
Yes.
All right, y'all have a good night.
All right, good night.
See you tomorrow.
All right. All right,
Nice
bye.
talking to you, Crystal.
Nice talking to you too.
Oh, good.
See, don't start
again. I appreciate.
Good night. Amanaz got to get her ass off of here because she got to do some work in the morning.
Yeah,
She gotta go. She gotta hit the plantation clock.
Yeah, I gotta go to the white man. Yeah, go to the white man job. Yes. But y'all make sure y'all got your notification bells on because I will be dropping, shorts and information throughout the day. Because as we know, they actually start about 1:00 Eastern Standard Time. So if anything, I'll have it on in the background. So if anything interesting pop off, I will be jumping on to let y'all know. So make sure you got your notifications and all of that set up. We're gonna be rocking tomorrow. It's gonna be live. We're gonna hear from Trump, and we're gonna see how they close out this 2024 convention. So again, I do thank everybody who has been rocking with us all week on my channel as well as over on the People's Podcast with VB in Israel.
It's your boy.
Yep, I appreciate everybody coming up on the panel. Guys, I appreciate.
He gonna come out to 50 Cent's Mini Man tomorrow. Watch.
You need to do something. Hey, did you see that that video I sent you?
Yeah, I saw it.
I was in here crying. I was like, "Yo,
Mini Man." Yeah. He gonna come out with that. If Bondo could come out to "I'm a Dole Man," oh boy, if he come out to that, I'm voting them all.
What shocked me tonight, the song that shocked me is "It's a Man's World."
Yep, that shocked me too.
They let y'all know.
Like we letting you know we ain't with this feminist shit.
Yep,
they took a straight shot at feminism.
That sure was.
All right,
I might talk about that we're doing today.
We got real testosterone going on over here. They let me know.
OHIO.
And my man said, "Hey, you fuck with America, we gonna hurt you." I was like, "Oh shit, I love this shit right here."
I was loving that too, dude. I was like, "Oh hell yeah, hell yeah."
I love that.
Dude, from Middletown.
But I also like the clip at Joe Biden. He can't even lead himself off of a stage, much less a country.
Watch how Joe going through because they said Joe got COVID.
What's that?
Joe look like he got some good weed. That's what Joe look like.
They say Joe got C19.
Mm.
Oh, he's got it.
Yeah, so he tested positive this afternoon.
Wow.
Wow.
So is that what's causing his cognitive issues?
I don't know.
The irony of that. Wow.
Yeah.
Wow. That's all I can say.
Mm-hmm.
Can't say, man.
Yeah, I think I watched The Matrix tonight.
But we fight. Men fight.
Hold on.
Together, we make up. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Yeah, listen. Oh no, I'm sorry, not to cut you off, but I just showed up on my Instagram feed.
Yeah.
Trump sneakers with photo from assassination attempt on sale for $299 on the website. If y'all want some of them Trump sneakers, go ahead hit the website.
Trump is going to monetize the fuck out of that. I told you that.
Child, listen, because this actually the shoe from before, instead of it being gold, it's white, and it's you're saying when he's got his fist up and it say fight, fight, fight.
Yep.
I'd rather have the white ones. Them Nikes, right?
Nah, they not Nikes.
I'd rather have the white ones than the gold.
They look like them old Converse, but yeah, so it actually look like a flag, and it's got him on there with his fist up talking about fight, fight, fight.
I'd rather have the white ones than the gold ones.
Yeah, they do look
the
better.
The gold ones look like they came from the 70s, a Solid Gold TV show.
Yeah, but you know what audience going after with that? The young kids. They like
You know what I think? You know, one of the things I think is funny is how the Democrats keep saying Trump is broke, Trump is broke, Trump is broke. Do they not understand the day that his Truth Social went live, he made $600 million?
This is what I'm saying.
How the hell is he broke?
And he sold his mugshot.
Question we should be asking is why isn't Biden broke?
That's what I want to know. Like I was telling one guy, how in the heck does his boy
Hunter, right,
sell to the CCP, which that's the China Communist Party, okay, which they found out that's where the money came from. Finger paintings that my 3-year-old niece can do better than him with watercolors. How can he sell them for $3 million plus?
They have a business that has no product or service. How the
fuck
get money?
Right.
Politics is a dirty business.
They got a shell business. They got a shell business that has absolutely no growth product of any kind. That made $2,500,000 last year.
If you have a shell business, that means you're representing that you're doing legit business, even though you're not. These days, ain't even pretending to have a product or service.
Right. You're right. It has absolutely no gross product of any kind.
Nothing. You got to have a product or service. You got to. And every business on this planet falls under one of them. It has a product or a service, if not both.
Right.
Every goddamn business.
And it makes $2,500,000.
And then, but my problem is how to Democrats the other way. Ain't nobody asking that question. I promise you, if Ashley turn up tomorrow with a new 7 Series BMW, I ain't looking the other way. Me and her gonna have a long conversation. Where the fuck that come from?
And actually, there are people.
Yeah, pull up in my 88.
Wait a minute, you got a BMW 7?
I'm saying if she,
I know.
You gonna have a question? I got questions.
V-Ben, people in Congress have been asking.
I got questions.
Consulting fees.
Right, but that's a service.
Yes.
See?
Can I finish?
You're providing consultations. That's your service.
Can I finish?
Who's talking? It sounds like somebody's talking in the background.
Yeah, somebody muffled.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
I thought you were talking to somebody else.
No, I was actually talking to y'all. I guess I somehow have my damn speaker covered again, I guess.
Yeah, we definitely didn't hear you.
Okay, I apologize. But yeah, there are people in Congress asking that question. But here's what I've seen about Congress as of late. All it's been is talk, and no action. They got all the stuff to do action with. Why are they not taking action?
Because they sleep. These are a bunch of old ass men. They are asleep. So,
Matt Gaetz is old?
Huh?
Matt Gaetz is old?
No, see, don't do that. Why do y'all always go to that to the
I know I had to do it because people have done that to me. I know what you're saying. I had to do it to you because people have done that to me. I quit messing with you, bro.
Capitol Hill are ancient. They ain't just old, they ancient.
Like Mitch McConnell.
No, they don't know where they at half the time. That's why they know if they get Biden up out of there, they're gonna have to get the rest of them up out of there too.
Yep. And they don't want that.
But that's what needs to happen. That's why the Republicans are for what? Term limits on Congress. I heard that last night. Excellent.
Yep. Actually, I've heard that now about 10 or 12 times within the last 5 days from different Republicans.
That's important. These people have no clue what the world is like today. None.
Hell, some of them are stuck way back in the 1950s, dude.
That's what I'm saying to you. I've had this. My stepfather is pretty old. He's about 81. 81, right? 80. He'll be 80 this year. And I have conversations with him, and it's like I'm talking to a foreigner because he don't go outside no more. He's just pretty much stuck in the house all the time. His only information from the outside is TV and my sisters. And my sisters are millennials. So I'm like, no wonder you think the way you think. You're so screwed up. You don't know what's going on outside at all. And I guess just to the point where I can't even talk to him. It's so frustrating to me. I can't talk to him. Cause see that generation, them baby boomers, and he's an original baby boomer. At that age, they can't admit their mistakes, especially the men. They can't admit their mistakes. Their fathers resented them, and their sons resented them. And they can't admit their mistakes. They never think, you know what? Maybe I could have did better. They don't even think on that level. It's always their dad's fault or their son's fault. Not their grandsons, It's never the millennials' fault. All of them drugs and shit they was doing in the 60s and 70s. them quaaludes they was popping, cocaine, crack, reefer, weed. They forgot.
What that reefer? I ain't heard nobody call it reefer in shit forever.
You gotta call it reefer.
It's been a while. That reefer.
That shit that we got today ain't reefer.
It really ain't. I don't know what that is they doing today.
That shit is some other shit. But they can't accept responsibility, and they dropped the ball. They fucked a lot of, we always want to blame the women in the manosphere, but you start looking at some of these daddies, you start seeing where the problem came from. And we always go, well, did she have her daddy? Sometimes daddy fucked her up. And that's the case with my sisters.
That part right there.
My sisters, my stepfather fucked my sisters up. And then you look at he got 4 daughters. The 2 he raised and the 2 that got raised by their mamas. Guess what? The 2 that got raised by their mamas, they both married, living good lives, have children, good careers. Now the 2 that grew up with their mama and daddy in the house, they can't keep a relationship and they fucked up. Explain that to me, since the key is, gotta have a mama and you gotta have a 2-parent household. We gotta start being honest about shit. Gotta start being honest.
See, that's one of the things I liked about Candace Owens so much. She got in there And all these white people are trying to tell her about blacks, and they ain't seen a black person in their entire life, half of them. And she's sitting there saying, how in the hell can you even talk to me and tell me I'm wrong when I am black? And I lived it. I know it. How in the hell can you tell me I'm wrong? And she said that right to Congress. And I loved it for her.
And that's why I tried to kind of shut the conversation down earlier, because we had the same thing happen last night, you know, with that every white person got a black friend talk, and every white person got to tell us a story about how black they are, how black adjacent they are. Stop doing that shit, because now we got way off of the topic, which was black jobs. We didn't finish that conversation because we always want to get into people trying to prove how black adjacent they are. It ain't got nothing to do with them. They always say, well, I don't see it this way. It ain't got nothing to do with you. That's like us looking at Chinese people and Japanese people over in Asia and talking about, well, I don't understand why they are seeing things the way they see things. It ain't got nothing to do with us. That's why.
Right.
Oh, guys, I'm about to call good night.
All right.
Or good morning, depending on where you at.
All right.
And I'll jump in tomorrow.
Did your daughter pay for
her?
Hey, Missy Faye.
Did your daughter pay her $10 to stay up late?
Man, why did she just ask me for she said, Daddy, how much money you gonna give me? I said, why, what's going on? She said, well, I want to buy a shirt. I said, well, how much it costs? And she said, it all depends how much you give me. I was like, what do you mean? She said, well, if you give me a little, I'm gonna save it, and then I get some more money from you, I'll be able to save it up. I said, well, how much the shirt? I don't know. I'm like, well,
so ain't nobody playing. Look, shirt I want $5.
Yeah, I said, here, just take 20 and leave me alone.
I used to, my kids used to play that game with me, and it was like,
listen,
buy me a gift.
Oh man!
But I saw this dress I want. It's $45. Y'all hit cash up.
My kids be trying to, Daddy, I need some money because we want to get you a gift. I'm like, well, how about I just keep my money and I buy what I want?
Wow.
How about that? Because I know what y'all gonna go. Y'all gonna go straight to Walmart. Y'all gonna give me one of them colored shirts with the tie. I done had every color. I done had the red one with the red and black and silver tie. I done had the purple one. I done had the green. I done had every freaking color.
That's my daughter's never done that. She for Father's Day, she gave me some cards. She gave me like one of those fried what you call like one of them eggs. It's a music box, but it's shaped like an egg. And she gave me some candles, and she brought me a new wallet. She's never brought me a tie or anything.
Oh, okay.
And she got the money from me, so you know.
To start, my kids would start buying me gifts that they wanted for themselves.
Yeah.
The gift wasn't really for me; it was for them.
Yeah, she's old enough. She buys her own clothes, and I went to go buy her clothes one time. I didn't know her size. But guys, I appreciate you having me on. Almondeyez, Israel, I'm tired.
Go to sleep, man.
Trump will be on tomorrow. I gotta give me some coke for my rum.
Okay.
And, I was at Kroger's today, and I walked right by it. I was taken back because I saw something I never saw before.
What you see?
A watermelon that's called Black Diamond.
Yeah, that's like them Black Diamond apples.
Yep.
So I should go get it.
I would like to see it. So yeah,
I would like to. Yeah, it's not black, but it's like a dark plum color. And
I've seen that, and then there's an orange one too.
Yep.
Okay,
Don't
so
they come from like Japan or something like that?
Tibet, I think.
Okay, I knew
I'm
it
not
was somewhere over
It's
there.
over there in Asia somewhere, if I remember correctly. With that
So I
apple.
should get it. I should go get it.
Yeah.
I had the yellow watermelon. We brought a yellow watermelon. It wasn't sweet. It was everything that the watermelon is, but it wasn't as sweet. It was right and it was juicy. It was everything. I just thought it would be sweet. So sweeter or as sweet. So I'm gonna go back to
next year in July. Bring your daughter down here. You will let Almondeyez take y'all down to the Watermelon Festival down there in Paisley.
All right, cool.
Get all the
So
watermelon.
I'm gonna go get it tomorrow. I hope they have some left over.
They probably
or-
will.
So I'll go get it tomorrow. And what time Trump coming on?
Well, I'm saying coverage. He probably gonna come on like they did tonight, so it's probably gonna be later. But
Right.
you know how coverage be starting at like 7:00.
Are they gonna have a countdown like they do the Super Bowl?
They might.
Like 6 hours before Trump comes on stage.
They might. I
And
mean,
they
once
have
they
all
get started,
kinds
they
of.
might have one.
That would be crazy if they do it like the Super Bowl.
And tomorrow's the final night, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
All right, guys, I love you. I'll talk to y'all later. Almondeyez, I see you in my dreams.
Okay.
Oh, go, boy.
Hey, Tommy, maybe me and you need to log off or something. They need some private time.
Oh man, I see you.
Make the fuck out of some shit now. Don't get me started.
Man, listen, one time she was live, right? And I had put the phone down and closed my eyes and pretended she was talking to me.
Oh.
And I fell asleep.
That's very beautiful, you know. That's very beautiful. No, I mean that. I'm not even being funny. That's beautiful, you know.
Oh, you should hear the stuff we really talk about, but I can't tell
Oh
you.
no, man. Look, I'm young, man. I'm too young for this shit.
Post is telling all the damn secrets. On that note, y'all, we gonna go ahead and end this stream. I appreciate y'all again. I will see y'all tomorrow. Again, make sure you got your notification bells on. I will be dropping info all through the day. Also, give y'all a preview of Foolishness and Fuckery Friday. That will be coming up as well. So,
we doing shows now. We got segments.
Yeah.
I love it. I love it.
Yeah.
Well,
I mean, we got to get back to our regular scheduled programs. Start Friday. You know how we do on Friday.
How your numbers look tonight?
They all right. I ain't even really look.
What's your subscriber count at right now? Total.
1348.
Oh yeah.
Wow.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't know. That's until we got about 13,000 views. We appreciate y'all.
Yeah. We forgot to do that subscriber only count tonight. I noticed.
I will definitely make sure I do that tomorrow. I forgot.
I kept banning people on my side. I'm like, okay, you ain't doing nothing but trying to start shit.
But yeah.
Like,
Some of them, because even some of the ones you got last night, because it was on subscriber only last night, and they sat there and waited and started dropping that craziness. So this is what they do.
Yeah.
Well, I just want to say I appreciate y'all again for letting me come up.
Put that much energy.
We appreciate you saying that.
I mean,
say it again. I'm
see,
sorry.
I got a messed up hand. It got snake bit when I was 20 years old. I was keeping it from biting some kids, and it was rattlesnake, 6.5 foot rattlesnake. I kept it from biting some kids, and it wound up biting me. It messed up my right hand pretty good. So, and I have some nerve damage and things in it. So it's hard for me to type. That's why I try to use text to speech a lot of times. And then you always see me down there. I hate text to speech because I'm always screwing it up. It's always screwing up on me.
Yeah, it does. That's funny. It does.
Yeah, and so I appreciate that you let me come up and actually speak what I have to say.
No, not a problem.
Well, we honestly, we do this for the people. You know, we want to give that. We want to speak for the people who can't speak, and we want to give people a place to speak. We like to do both things simultaneously, because a lot of places it's like, if, like you said earlier, as soon as you started saying something, 3 minutes later they booted you off. 3 minutes.
Yep.
3 minutes. That ain't enough time. So if you don't give them a commercial, if you don't give them everything they need to hear in a commercial's time, they don't process it. They can't comprehend it.
Mm-hmm. No, the reason he kicked me off is I came at him with so much truth he didn't know what to say because of what the topic he was talking about. Okay, that's why he booted me.
They don't like facts and they don't like data. You know, they don't like truth.
Yeah.
They want you to basically, they're used to fanboys and sycophants is what they're used to. Derek, get your ass off of here if you're still here.
And that's exactly what he. And that's exactly what he.
We all leaving. We all, because it's 5 minutes to 2.
Oh, it's
good night, guys.
Good night. You guys get started. Appreciate y'all stopping by.
Tomorrow. I'll see everybody tomorrow.
All right. Bye, y'all.